these political blanks being filled just moments from now. We're just getting prepared for the biggest wave of poll closings across the entire country. And within a matter of minutes, in fact, we'll have results from hundreds of ridings all the way west to Alberta. Stay with us. This is CTV Election 2025.
We'll have to turn it up.
Yay! I'm excited. Oh no. Uh-oh.
This is a CTV News special presentation.
This is the most controversial part of our life. Donald Trump wants to break us.
We will build out the vision of an east-west nation that John A. brought to this country.
We're going to fight back and defend these jobs. We're going to fight back and defend our country.
We will support what is right. Quebec.
A vision where housing is a right, not an option.
CTV Election 2025. Once again, Omar Sachedina and Vashi Capellos.
Welcome back to the heart of CTV News election headquarters, where the polls have now closed. Good evening. The tension is high, and so are the stakes. Canada's next government is beginning to take shape.
The party's final sprint for support all comes down to this end of a kind of unprecedented stretch. The unpredictability, as we've seen so far, though, far from over.
24.
Here in the studio, we're lucky to be surrounded by some of Canada's finest political minds as we examine just exactly how we got here and what happens next.
Heather Butts is with us with a look at how things are standing at this hour. Heather, I'll throw it over to you. Where do things stand?
Vashi, thanks so much. What an exciting evening. We've already seen those polls close in Atlantic Canada earlier this evening. Then, of course, now a massive portion of our country closing just now. But let's remind people of where we were at dissolution. So the standings at dissolution, the Liberals had 152 seats, the Conservatives 120, the Bloc Québécois 33, the NDP 24, the Green Party 2 seats in the House of Commons. Now, we do have a few more seats up for grabs this evening. That is because there is one additional seat in British Columbia, 3 in Alberta, and 1 more in Ontario. That is because of population growth, demographic change, and redistribution of ridings. So we have 5 additional seats. So we once had 338 members in the House of Commons, and that this evening we will have 343 elected and heading to Ottawa. But of course, the main number that we are keeping a very close eye on this evening is 172. That is the number required for majority. Of course, the governments, the parties vying for that number this evening. Now, let's take a look at the House projections. This is from the CTV News decision desk. Right now, projecting that the Liberals could get a range of seats anywhere from 178 to 176, perhaps crossing that majority marker of 172. The projections for the Conservatives getting a range of anywhere from 114 to 148. And of course, these numbers are based on polling data, historical analysis, and a lot of number crunching goes into this. But these numbers will shift throughout the evening as your votes are counted. We'll, of course, keep a very close eye on the NDP and the Bloc Québécois. Right now, projecting anywhere from 15 to 38 seats for the NDP this evening. But again, those numbers will change as your votes are counted. This is a forecast, and the range will ebb and flow this evening as parties perform. 172, though, that is the magic marker, if you will, the number that we're keeping a very close eye on as this evening unfolds. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Heather. That's Heather Butts with some early projections. And the big news right now is that polls in much of the country, the bulk of ridings, the majority of them, 267, have just closed. I want to throw up, it's very early, like we were a little while ago with Atlantic Canada, very few polls reporting, but some initial results. For example, in François-Philippe Champagne's riding, he is currently the Minister of Finance. He too decided, like Mélanie Joly, not to run for the leadership of the party once Mark Carney announced he would intend to do so. He has a very small lead there. You can throw it over to some more results.
Yeah, from the Pays d'en Haut, the Liberal has a lead of 21 votes right now. Again, 2 to 36 polls reporting, because again, these polls just closed about 4 minutes ago, in fact. In Gaspésie, in Namanen, in Listigage, this was one of the first Quebec polls to close. You see there that, again, the Liberal incumbent is trailing the Bloc Québécois candidate there, Alexis Sheehan, who has the lead right now.
In Essex, by the way, big, glad I didn't have to pronounce that, Rodney. Very impressive. Chris Lewis with the lead, the incumbent, the Conservative incumbent in Essex. You can see, again, just one poll reporting there, but the results from provinces where polls have closed are starting to come in, including very quickly here, a lead for David McGuinty, currently serving as the Minister of Public Safety. He's the incumbent in the riding, the McGuinty family, of course, well known in the province of Ontario. Leslyn Lewis, the incumbent in Haldimand Norfolk. She is kind of one of the frontbench people in some respects for the Conservative Party. She ran for the leadership a number of years ago. Just one poll reporting there, but she does hold a lead of 48 votes.
And the reason this next batch is so significant, as we mentioned, is just because of the rich seat count there is, right? We know that there are 343 seats up for grabs, and the region we're talking about now, Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Nunavut, Northwest Territories, represent 267 of those 343. So things are about to get extremely, extremely interesting. In Yellowhead, we've got some more results here. We know that the Conservative has a lead of 145 votes. Again, quite early in this region of the country, just one of the 252 polls reporting that.
And I think do we have some additional results coming in? I think so. Yeah, we're looking over. Oh, now we're into Alberta. Lethbridge, Rachel Thomas is the incumbent there. Public safety critic, among a host of other things for the Conservative Party. She's, at one poll reporting has a lead, not a surprise. Michelle Rampel-Garner, 6 polls reporting a commanding lead of nearly 1,000 votes for her. I would be shocked if anything different happened in that riding. It's a very safe Conservative seat. She's a very well-known member of Parliament in Calgary.
In Surrey Moose Mountain, we see here that the Conservative is leading substantially by a vote lead of 407 votes. Again, just one of the 211 polls reporting there. Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake, Rosemary Falk, the Conservative incumbent, with a lead of 1,500 votes right now.
And Alberta, another one of those places, and we heard this earlier from Tara Nelson, looking to see if there's any movement in some of the ridings the Liberals had hope, hey, if things are as good as we think they might be, we could swing there. So far, no evidence of that, but obviously very early. And Lloydminster, not one of the ones they thought they could pick up, but Lethbridge perhaps there.
Yeah, we're obviously, as we know, Conservatives struggle, but we'll see if there are any gains that the parties are able to make there. Again, those results just trickling in as the polls have just closed about 7 minutes ago in the bulk of the country. We'll be bringing those to you, but this is significant, this batch of results, Patrick.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, basically the path to government has to go through Ontario and Quebec, and the path to a majority certainly has to go through both of those provinces for whoever is able to secure government. I think particularly in certain parts of Ontario, we've heard it from many people tonight, but the Greater Toronto area, like if this is not going to be what the Liberals thought it was going to be, we're going to know there, right? The Conservatives will make significant gains there, or some gains there that will indicate something different happening in Ontario than perhaps the polls have predicted.
And so a couple of dominant storylines today, of course, who will win, who will form the next government, whether it's a majority or a minority. We could find that out momentarily. But then the other, storylines that come below that are the political futures of the other leaders. What happens on Vancouver Island with the Green Party's Elizabeth May, and also with Jagmeet Singh. We saw just moments ago that he was struggling in that Burnaby riding of his. So whatever happens in British Columbia, where obviously that is a party where they have the bulk of their seats, that will have a significant impact on the future of that leader as well. So lots of skin in the game.
Struggling Maxime Bernier, just one poll, the leader of the People's Party of Canada, currently in 4th place in that ride.
But there's so much skin in the game for all of these leaders. Obviously, Mark Carney wants to keep his job as Prime Minister. Pierre Poilievre wants his job. And then we talked about the others as well. Again, this riding of Beauce, where Maxime Bernier is in last place right now. Again, one poll reporting of 245 with the Conservative candidate leading there.
And we keep our eyes peeled for any additional results as they come in. I think there are some more. It's going to be a trickle for the beginning part because there's lots to count. There's also the huge advance vote portion. We've been talking all night about a record of 7.3 million Canadians. That all has to be counted as well. We're looking here at Ajax. We're getting closer to the Greater Toronto area. Just one poll reporting there with the Liberal leading Greg Brady, Jennifer McKelvey leading Greg Brady. We'll keep an eye, of course, on other ridings in the GTA. There are some specific ones where the Liberals eked out a victory, for example, in the last election. I mentioned Aurora before, where you're going to want to see if the Conservatives are able to flirt there and what story that tells. The primary thing that I think we're watching for right now is there was some surprise in Atlantic Canada. The entire popular vote we don't think is being counted because of advance votes. But the idea that Sean Fraser's in a battle for his seat, the idea that the Liberals are underperforming polling projections for them in Atlantic Canada in the aggregate, the Conservatives are doing the converse, they're outperforming. The key question now throughout the next round of results is whether that translates, whether that is a trend or becomes a trend, because that will have a very different impact on the outcome.
And Heather had the floor, the ceilings for each of those parties just minutes ago. And even at the best case scenario for the Liberals right now, and again, the caveat there being that as the votes are counted, these floors and ceilings could change. But I believe that the ceiling that she had for the Libs was 178. So that is past majority territory, but not that much past. 172 is the number that we are looking for, majority territory. So we'll see if, some of these trend lines that we've been seeing in Atlantic Canada develop through the rest of the country, and what these other ridings, 267 of them, tell us in the minutes to come, because a substantial amount of the votes are about to be counted. And by the way, these are all hand-counted ballots. We don't have computer systems or machines in this country to be able to do that. So at times it could take in certain ridings longer than others, particularly the riding of Carlson, Pierre Poilievre's riding. And we'll see and bring you those results as soon as they happen. But let's go right now to Geneviève Beauchemin, who is with the Liberals in Ottawa tonight. And Jen, what's the sentiment there right now?
Well, certainly it's not that workers are not concerned about the situation in Atlantic Canada. Certainly they're looking at those numbers, but what we're told is that they're looking, of course, much more closely right now at those numbers in Ontario, those numbers in BC. She was talking about the fact earlier that a majority of government here goes through Ontario. They need Ontario, of course, to form a government, and that would be a very key part, but we're always told that there's the government in Ontario and the majority goes through Quebec, and those are the numbers they're looking at very closely. Right now, the atmosphere is changing a little bit here because people are starting to arrive as those polls close. The doors opened here, and so we're seeing some workers, some people who are volunteers trickling in, talking about what it's been like on the ground. We've been told with the party that they wanted those volunteers out there. They didn't expect anybody to be here much before 9:30. They wanted them to be out there working every single door to ensure that there would be coming, that there would be as many votes as possible. But now those people are starting to arrive here, and they're talking about what's it been like. There's still a lot of enthusiasm. There's still a lot of people who said, look, a few months ago, this was such a different situation. Now we've been door knocking for several weeks, and we're talking to people. There's a lot more enthusiasm. We've been feeling it on the ground. We know that this is happening. We're just waiting to see exactly how that reflects in the numbers up there. But, they've got their red dresses on. We've seen people with hockey shirts on, people coming here and are ready to celebrate here. And they're just right now looking very closely at those numbers and seeing just what kind of party they may have tonight.
All right, still lots at stake, and we'll see what happens when those results start coming in.
Yeah, we're staying very focused on that ticker at the bottom to see where things stand. Big, huge number of ridings that will certainly inform our ability to be able to say what kind of government this is and who forms it. Let's check in with Abigail Beeman. She's with the Conservatives at this moment in time. Abigail, you've been saying they were kind of happy with the results in Atlantic Canada, in a surprised in a good way. What are they telling you about what they think their prospects are in Ontario and Quebec and some of the other bigger provinces that are less easy to predict than, for example, Alberta and Saskatchewan for them?
Right. Well, you're telling me that you are closely watching that ticker, and I can tell you that everybody in this room is doing the exact same thing. When you look at the shots of the crowd here, we have people with their arms crossed, 10 sides on the screen. I switched over to these headphone, microphone, earphone situation because it just got so loud in here the second there was anything positive sounding about those new results coming in. So this is a room that is very anxious for some good news. But to your question about what the campaigns are saying, or what the campaign is saying, so we have been told that Ontario is they're expecting a positive result. They have less to say so much about Quebec behind the scenes, but in Ontario, which is obviously incredibly important, we are told that they are expecting good things. So that is what we'll be watching, although I've been texting furiously with a number of campaign sources and nobody offering up anything new in the last few minutes, because I think safe to say it is a wait and see situation and everybody with their eyes glued to the screen. And I just heard some boos, not sure what came in over my shoulder there at this moment, but it's a very engaged crowd looking to see what comes in next.
All right, thanks so much, Abigail. That's Abigail Beeman for us at Conservative headquarters as they, like us, Omar, stay tuned for the results coming in from the majority of the seats reporting.
Also staying tuned is Judy Trin with the NDP in Burnaby tonight, and polls closing there in about 16 minutes time. And what happens in BC could very much determine Jagmeet Singh's future, Judy.
That's right. Omar, I want to tell you a little bit about what a campaign worker just told me about how difficult it has been campaigning on behalf of Jagmeet Singh in his riding of Burnaby Central. He said that in certain areas, because of redistricting, there are strong Liberal supporters there. But one of the challenges that campaign workers are facing in terms of getting out the vote is this idea of strategic voting. They are telling me that NDP supporters, which are usually a solid block for them, especially in this area of British Columbia in metropolitan areas, they're saying that NDP supporters are actually scared of Donald Trump, scared of Pierre Poilievre. And so what they are doing is that they are shifting their vote to the Liberals, to Mark Carney. And so the volunteers, the campaign workers are spending a lot of time talking to these people, saying, please, you know what, we can be your voice. The NDP can be your voice in Parliament to be the voice of accountability. We were successful in pushing the former Liberal government to enact child care, pharmacare, as well as dental care. We were a key part of that. So they have to make this argument over and over again because there is this fear. Now, as the polls close in Ontario and Quebec, there are 6 seats that the NDP have. So those are in flux right now, and everyone's watching them very carefully.
All right, Judy Trin, thank you so much in Burnaby, British Columbia.
An interesting story already beginning to develop in Quebec. We don't have final counts. Obviously, the polls just closed, but we can see, leading in a number of seats are Mark Carney's Liberals, who look to potentially pick up, at this point in time, 7 seats. The Bloc, another, the big story, it's at the Bloc's expense. They're down 6 seats at this point. They, of course, at dissolution were holding 33 of Quebec seats. Let's head to Jeremy Sharon. He's actually at the Bloc Québécois headquarters, their campaign headquarters tonight in Montreal. Jeremy, give us a sense of what their expectations were and how this must be disappointing to them.
Yeah, absolutely, Vashi. I think supporters here are hoping those numbers are wrong, that's for sure. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record here, I'm going to repeat a bit of the same story as Judy just did, because interestingly, I just had conversations with campaign staff here that echo the exact same thing as Judy was just talking about. And, it makes sense because both the Bloc and the NDP have run a similar campaign here towards the end, pitching themselves as a party that could hold the balance of power and the importance of having that different voice in Ottawa. I just spoke to campaign staff here who say early on in this campaign, all they were hearing from voters was fears of Donald Trump and how they were, likely going to vote strategically to avoid a conservative government. What we saw kind of at the tail end of this campaign is some serious groundwork by the Bloc here, messaging change from their leader, Yves-François Blanchet, that, what we saw in the polling was a potential Liberal majority. And so the messaging here was, let's not let the Liberals get a majority. You don't need to fear about a conservative government getting in anymore. Instead, ensure you're sending enough Bloc MPs back to Ottawa to ensure that Quebec's priorities are focused. So interesting to hear very similar stories here from Bloc Québécois campaign staffers as NDP staff, as both of those parties fight for kind of the same outcome here, the same role, if you will, in the next government.
Thanks so much, Jeremy Sharon at the Bloc Québécois headquarters. That potentially emerging as a very significant storyline, in particular for the Liberals, if those numbers hold out. And if the Bloc continues on this trend, you can see at the bottom of our screen now, very low seat count for them. At this juncture, that could certainly help bolster the Liberals' chances overall. But we wait to see the final.
And these numbers, as you saw, are fluctuating in real time. The Bloc just a couple minutes ago was at 11, and now it's down to 8. And we knew heading into tonight, based on the polling, that the Bloc was vulnerable in the province of Quebec, but now we are seeing the impact of that hit. And obviously, the main beneficiary there has been the Liberals. And so if this continues in other parts of the country, in Ontario, that will be good news for the Liberals. But of course, we have to wait to see some more results. But I'm just looking at the result for Central Nova, which is a riding in Atlantic Canada that we keep going back to over and over again. And you can see there, actually, just how much of that spread between the Conservative and the incumbent, Sean Fraser, has increased.
Yeah, it's still very tight. I want to go to Todd Battis to get your reaction. We're still waiting, Todd, to figure out if advanced polls will have an impact on this, but this is as tight as it gets for Sean Fraser. Yes, it's a riding that the McKays, of course, held for a very long time, but this is not someone who was not a prominent member of the Liberal government. I mean, he held major portfolios under Justin Trudeau.
Two major portfolios, immigration and housing, and you're right, and at last glance, the lead for Bryson Jenkins of the Conservatives is 279 votes. And it's interesting, I want to go back to something Scott Reid mentioned on your panel earlier about whether those advanced polls are being counted at the same time or if they're still outstanding, and whether that could have an impact on the final results of that, because it is just so close right now in northern Nova Scotia. So that's certainly one where the advanced pollings, if the advanced votes, if those are being counted a little later towards the end, that could have an impact on that particular riding. But go quickly to another one, Cumberland Colchester, also in Nova Scotia, the incumbent Dr. Stephen Ellis. His numbers have been waxing and waning. He's up 1,000 votes now. We'll certainly keep a close eye on this one because, again, this is one that the Conservatives would dearly love to hold if they're going to have a good showing here in Atlantic Canada. But certainly the star seat, or the star riding so far of the night right now is Central Nova Scotia, and we'll watch that carefully. Okay, let's go to Montreal and Matsumi.
Well, we said earlier in the evening that Trois-Rivières was a riding to watch. The Bloc's got to be worried at this point. All the candidates in this riding, they're not really well known. So what that means is this riding is about the parties and the party leaders. It's a real three-way race. Going into it tonight, it was too close to call. Right now, the incumbent Bloc is running third after the Liberals and the Conservatives. It is early yet, but that's not a good sign because this riding is thought to be a very good indicator of what might happen here in Quebec. We'll take a look at the other riding in the Gaspé. We've been talking about that for a while because the results here came in about 30 minutes earlier because it's in an earlier time zone. It's really, really tight. It's been going back and forth between the Bloc and the Liberals. The Bloc has put in a fairly well-known media personality here, Alexia Deschênes, but as we say, it's still really, really close. They're still going back and forth, but overall, especially what's happening in Trois-Rivières and also what's happening in Gaspé, the Bloc cannot be very happy tonight so far. Let's see what's going on in the little one now. Patricia?
All right, Mr. May, we want to come back to the Carleton riding, which is such an interesting one in so many ways. Pierre Poilievre has held on to it since 2004, but he has never seen this kind of competition, at least in terms of numbers. 91 candidates in that Carleton riding where the ballot is nearly a meter long. I don't have the actual ballot here, but I printed out the names. It's 3 pages worth, and we don't have any results, as you can see yet. It's all very interesting because not only do we have that long ballot with all the names on there, part of a protest from a group called the Longest Ballot Committee. They're protesting the current first past the post electoral system. So it could be some delays because of all those names, but it also had, Carleton did the highest voter turnout in advance polls anywhere in the country. So there's a lot of ballots to count. To mitigate delays, Elections Canada said they were going to begin counting those ballots cast in the advance polls 6 hours before polls close. Extra teams being brought in, but as you can see, we do not have any numbers out of that key Carleton riding where Pierre Poilievre is running just yet. We want to go
back over to Toronto in the Greater Toronto Area and Michelle now.
Thanks, Patricia. Well, the polls have closed here in Toronto and the GTA, and we're starting to get some of the numbers rolling in here in this vote-rich part of the country. I want to draw your attention to Ajax. This is a riding we've been watching. This was Mark Pollan's riding, not running for re-election. Jennifer McKelvey running for the Liberals in this riding. She's well known. She was a councillor. She was interim mayor of Toronto for a while. She's hoping to keep the seat red. Greg Brady is a well-known Canadian radio host. He has a show, Toronto Today. So far, Jennifer McKelvey is leading, but we only got one of the polls reporting. This is certainly one that could be a battle, and we'll be watching. And then Markham Stouffville, interesting so far. This is incumbent Helena Jasek's riding. Right now, we have the Conservative candidate, a police officer, who seems to be leading. But again, it's early days. But it is nice to see some results starting to come in, and I think shortly we'll be getting a better sense of if there are winds of change blowing through this part of the country, or if people are deciding to stay the course. We'll send it over to Calgary. Tara Nelson.
Thanks very much, Michelle. I'm just looking at the ticker there. We have one NDP seat on the board so far. There should be a few more coming in as we work our way across the prairies and the results start coming in. There's one I want to draw your attention to in Edmonton, and that is Edmonton-Griesbach. So Lake Desjardins won this in 2021. It was a very close race, one for the NDP, with just a 4% margin, 1,500 votes over the incumbent, Carrie Diot, the Conservative incumbent there. He was a two-term MP. He was also a former city councillor. This was a very big upset in 2021. Diot wants it back. He's running again. This could be a very tight race. I am seeing pollsters talk about a group of voters called modest metros, and these are young voters in urban areas, and their biggest concern is their financial future and their financial security. There are a lot of them in Griesbach. So if Desjardins has been able to target those voters and talk to them about what the NDP is going to do to help secure their financial future, he might be able to harness some of that young vote tonight, and that could be what pushes him over the edge. We'll keep an eye on it, but it's going to be a close race. Let's go to Michelle in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. 3 more minutes till polls close here in BC. BC may be the last to vote, definitely not the least. There are 43 ridings up for grabs, many too close to call. If the Liberals are on the path to victory, depending on what happens in the rest of the country, it could come down to BC. The Liberals need to hang on to ridings like Vancouver Centre, home to Canada's oldest MP, Hetty Fry. She's running for re-election. Some say she is unbeatable. Hetty Fry's 83, has been serving in the parliament since 1993. She was a rookie then who took down former Prime Minister Tim Campbell. Liberals are also banking on retaining North Vancouver Capilano, which is held by Cabinet Minister Jonathan Wilkinson. And he won handily last time around. We're also watching Burnaby North Seymour, held by Terry Beach. He's been the MP there since 2015. A career highlight for him, toppling longtime NDPer Sven Robinson in 2019. The main challenger now, though, appears to be the Conservatives. Back to you, Omar, Bashi.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Let's bring in our chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang, right now. And we're watching the story now developing in Quebec, right? This collapse of the Bloc Québécois, which is something we had seen heading into this, but now we're seeing to what extent this is playing out. Tell us a little bit about the tariff-sensitive areas of Quebec and how that's impacting what we're seeing now.
Yeah, it's so interesting because we knew, of course, that they electorally are important Quebec, that the Bloc would need to be ceding seats to Liberals if the Liberals could form a majority government. And we are seeing, thanks to our friends at the Chamber of Commerce and our Business Data Lab, calculated the tariff sensitivity of some regions, and some of them are very much in play. So on that list is Trois-Rivières, which is, of course, on the St. Lawrence, right between Quebec City and Montreal. It's super sensitive to tariffs. And it, at the moment, shows the Liberals leading. It's early, but a pretty sizable lead at the moment. And the incumbent Bloc is in third place, a narrow third, but still. And the other two very sensitive places, Drummond and Saint-Jean, do seem to be tilting to the Bloc. So it's kind of an interesting read on what's the message of Canadian unity, rallying together behind the flag enough to tilt the balance away from the Bloc in some of these key Quebec ridings. Of course, we're watching it so closely. If you're a Liberal, you have a lot riding on what happens on what it happens in these polls particularly.
Yeah, very much so. And we just wanted to quickly direct your eyes to the screen where we've got an early breakdown of the popular vote at this juncture among the votes that have been counted. The Liberals sitting at 51%, the Conservatives at 39%, the NDP at 4%. 4%. In particular, that NDP number, keep in mind we haven't counted British Columbia, but that is low and informing the higher number for the Liberals. I want to turn back to Quebec as we watch more of those results come in, and we can say in the least surprising announcement of the night that Michelle Rempel-Garner in Alberta has reclaimed her seat as the incoming candidate, very well-known MP in Alberta.
Interesting, actually, Calgary, another one of the very tariff-sensitive regions, but that's not expected to tilt it towards the Liberals particularly.
If this does hold in Quebec, how significant do you think it is? I mean, I know from, the Liberal campaign certainly was counting on Quebec to be a part of their story tonight.
All of the map that we've seen that showed anywhere approaching a Liberal majority meant the bloc kind of collapsed by at least 10 seats compared to the last election. Have we seen that yet? It's not totally clear, but it's very interesting to see some of these very key ridings in play when the incumbent's in third place. That says that there's something different in the air.
And we keep talking about this collapse, and just to contextualize it right now, and again, it is early. Dissolution of the Bloc Québécois had 32 seats and now is leading to 13 seats based on one. The polls close in British Columbia in 2 seconds time. Amanda, this is another region of the country that we're watching particularly closely for the NDP. But when you look at British Columbia too, it's not as exposed to the U.S.-Canada situation as other parts of the country are, but still when it comes to softwood lumber and those sectors, that's big in that
In
way.
some ways, of course, BC has been suffering from tariffs much longer. Yeah, that's right. The lumber tariffs, but now we have tariffs on top of tariffs. It's a super sensitive issue, but it does, of course, stand a little bit apart from the Western sentiment, which has been a little bit divided over how to manage tariffs. You might get more of that national fervor out of BC here. So it will be, I think you've nailed it. The question will be whether you see the weakness in the NDP flowing to the Liberals. Not much hope for the Conservatives there.
Polls are now closed across the country. This is a big moment. We will start to see more results come in, more definitive of a look at who will form government, who will become prime minister. This is a very early indication at this juncture. You're looking at some potential seat changes. I'm using the word potential very deliberately because they're based on preliminary results, but we've got the Liberals picking up 14 seats potentially, and the Conservatives remaining stagnant, the Bloc Québécois at a deficit of 10 seats at this juncture. Again, Omar, that is something that we've got our eyes very closely peeled at because that difference there is largely based in the results in Quebec at this point.
Yeah, which has been a fascinating storyline to observe. The magic number, of course, that Heather's been telling us about is 172. That is the number that's needed for majority government. So we should, over the next little while, get a sense of who will be leading this country and then whether it is a majority or a minority. Let's get straight to Heather Butts, who's been tracking some of this data. Heather, what can you tell us?
Omar, thank you so much. Of course, everything is changing as this evening goes on, as we've been talking about all night, as your votes are counted. That is when we really start to see things unfold. We're going to take a look now at the CTV News Decision Desk projections. As of right now, in this moment in time, projecting the Liberals could get a minimum of 146 or a maximum of 178 seats, potentially possibly crossing that 172 marker point of a majority government. They also are projecting the Conservatives could get a range of anywhere from 117 to 146 seats. But these numbers are shifting as your votes are counted. Of course, this has to do with historical data, riding demographics, a lot of research, and of course, the numbers that are coming in this evening as your votes are counted. Projections right now also for the NDP and the Bloc Québécois, we're watching that closely. But again, the majority is the number that most parties are, of course, the Conservatives and Liberals looking for this evening. So we're keeping a very close eye on that marker of 172. Back to you.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. And let's head over to Anne-Marie right now. Anne-Marie, you've got a couple of your panelists from British Columbia right now who I'm sure are watching those results, tracking them pretty closely. A good BC delegation on your panel tonight.
That's right. We've got more than half of our panel is from BC. Who wants to jump in here first?
In the last election campaign, the Liberals finished third in the popular vote, but came first in the seat totals. Liberals got 26% of the vote province-wide. They got 15 seats. Conservatives got 13 seats. NDP got 13 seats. So the dynamic in British Columbia, very regional province, and how the splits are going to go. But we see in all the rest of the country, the NDP vote has collapsed. In parts of British Columbia, working-class parts of British Columbia, on the island, working-class suburbs south of the Fraser River, the NDP second-choice ballot can be 2 2-1 Conservative over Liberal, but for most of the province, and certainly in Metro Vancouver, the second choice for NDP voters breaks 2-1 Liberal over Conservative. So I think you'll see basically two colors of members of Parliament coming out of British Columbia. You'll see reds and blues. I think maybe a couple of Democrats, Jenny Kwan, probably in Vancouver East. Don Davies perhaps in Vancouver Kingsway, Peter Julian if he's lucky, and those will probably be the only three. I don't think Elizabeth May will win on the island, and so it's interesting. You know, all the aggregating polling data that you show out of 43 ridings in British Columbia, they show to a third of the seats in the province being up for grabs, either two-way fights, three-way fights. Yeah. So as the polls close, a lot of those ridings are going to be very close to watch and very technical right up until the last probably 10 or 20 days.
What do you want to say here?
No, yeah, the NDP vote, talking about supporters of who actually haven't come over to Liberals, very concerned again about what's taking place with President Trump. Making sure that we have a strong show. And the ridings to kind of look out for Victoria for us, something that we've done well in, but we haven't been able to get it across the line before. I think there's a very good opportunity now, opportunity that I know both of you are from there. Yeah. We have an opportunity there. And also, let's not forget, there's also Kelowna. If that flips, that's also going to send a very strong message as well. Steve Fior, who's actually running again, he used to be a member of Parliament there. So we have an opportunity there. I think BC is going to be have a very strong showing for the Liberals, I believe. And it's going to send a very strong message for the rest of Canada.
Pierre probably have spent more time in British Columbia than any leader in my lifetime. Yeah. And he had a particular focus on Vancouver Island, and I think that'll show well.
Well, and what you'll see on Vancouver Island is going to be, I mean, first of all, can I just say how exciting it is as a British Columbia that we can be deciding the election tonight? Right. It's a long time. We're in Canada. So the Vancouver Island, you look at the bottom half of it, it is tight three-way races. And the Liberals are probably going to do well in some of those ridings. A lot of them are quite a bit, tend to be older communities, and you certainly see the NDP vote really collapse there. Okay. But then on the north part of the island, you're seeing a lot of orange-blue fights for sure, because working class voters, mill towns, old mining towns, those kinds of places where those working class messages really have an impact. Yeah. But the thing is, if the NDP votes collapse, those ridings are more likely to go conservative than just about anywhere else in the province other than kind of northern British Columbia. So it's going to be Canada. I heard somebody say earlier, BC is like a microcosm of the whole country. And I think that's going to turn out to be true tonight. I think it's amazing. I don't know if it's like the Oscars where they're going to sing us off or not, but we're going to keep going. Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the collapse of the NDP. What happened there and what were the factors? Is this something more? Is this
Maria, I just have to interrupt you because our decision desk is just coming up with some data. We are about to reach a pivotal moment in this unprecedented campaign. We are about to make a call. Stand by for major declaration from the CTV News decision desk. This will be your next government. We are getting the results momentarily, seconds from now. It's a time you waiting for. And there you have it. CTV News decision desk declaring a Liberal win. We know that the Liberals will be forming the next government of Canada. The big question right now, Vashi, is will it be a majority or a minority? And this is a live shot you're looking at. I believe it's at the Liberal Party headquarters in Ottawa. I'm assuming there will be some kind of celebration.
They don't know it yet, but they will soon. Take a moment, give the Liberals their due. This is a huge moment for the Liberal Party, who were written off the electoral map just 3 months ago, 4 months ago. It's been 20 years since a party has been able to win a fourth mandate. You're absolutely right to point out that we don't know yet if it's a minority or it's a majority. But to come back from the sort of depths of despair that they faced last year and over really the last 2 years, and to be able to pull off a win certainly speaks to a lot of things, not least of which is the presence of Donald Trump and the sort of ascent of Mark Carney, the storyline of him becoming leader and Justin Trudeau stepping aside has certainly worked wonders for the party. Huge impact in Quebec, 17 pickups at this moment in time. 11 seat losses for the Bloc 5 for the Conservatives. A big part of the story will be Quebec. It will also help inform whether or not this turns into a majority government. We've got Michael Couture live at Liberal headquarters. They don't seem like they know what we just said. Maybe they're going to find out soon.
A good reason for that, Vashi, and it's because on the screens behind us, they are not playing our network somehow. We have lodged an official complaint with the Liberal Party, and I'm not saying official complaint, I mean that jokingly, but yeah, certainly I have been texting a number of Liberals, and it doesn't seem like they've gotten the message just yet, but when I was talking to a number of people before coming on, just here before we had declared it, a number of them were cautiously optimistic. That was the buzz phrase going through here, but really they were worried a little bit about how these numbers were going to be. The get out the vote issue, of course, as well. I've spoken to one staffer who said that they saw big numbers in the early voting today, especially. They have these types of bingo cards where they essentially catch up with voters afterwards, and they're checking off people very early in the day. So they're very confident that their people were getting out there and getting to vote. Highly motivated, as we know. A lot of people were very excited about Mark Carney and the change for the Liberal government. They have been talking about this. A number of people have been going to rallies across the country where I've been asking people, what do you think of Mark Carney and where this party has come from? I'll give you the example. Yesterday in Victoria, as I had said earlier in the show, 11:30 at night Pacific time, people had waited 90 minutes just to see Mark Carney. And I asked one of the volunteers there, and I said, how has the change been from Justin Trudeau to Mark Carney? They said the day that Mark Carney announced that he was getting into this leadership race, they saw thousands of people sign up for memberships to the Liberal Party of Canada. So getting back to what I was talking about earlier about that turnout, that staffer said to me it was possible. They thought it could be possible that we could see a voter turnout of upwards of 70% because of how motivated people are, because of how they thought they were getting their vote out there today, Vashi. And certainly I know that when this starts to flow into this place, people will start to get excited about it. And I think that another network is starting to catch up with us, and that is why you're hearing people getting excited right now, because, as I mentioned, we declared it first. Another network is saying it now, and that is why you're hearing the applause behind me. Likely a bit of relief as well, Vashi, because there were some tense moments here in the last 20 minutes or so. When they saw the numbers in Atlantic Canada, they weren't seeing them come through Quebec just yet. But now that we're seeing them, certainly some excitement. And as I said, probably looking at this and saying they now hope that it'll turn into a majority of some sort. But really, they're not sure about that. The people that I were talking to inside the campaign, unclear if they think that they did enough at this point to try and get that majority government, Vashi.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. Take a look at the ticker at the bottom of your screen. It tells the story of what we were just talking about. To catch you up, in case you are just joining, we have declared here at CTV News a Liberal win. We do not know yet if it will be a majority or a minority government. You can take a look at some of the seat totals now in leading and elected. The magic number, Omar, that we're paying attention for is 172.
It is a remarkable comeback, as you just pointed out a couple of minutes ago. I mean, this was a party that was down about 20 percentage points and has now risen to the point of forming the next government of Canada. This is a hugely significant day for Mark Carney. He stays on as Prime Minister, and this is a moment really that, you know, we've studied extensively, I think, in the context of Canadian political history. Foreign policy is not always that dominant of an issue in elections. Hardly ever. We're not just talking about any foreign power though this time. We're talking about the U.S. We're talking about that massive trading relationship between Canada and the U.S. I believe the last time it was this powerful or this significant was back in 1988. That was a free trade election. But given the relationship that this country has with the United States, how close that is economically in terms of, you know, the fact that we've got family across the border, we've got connections across the border. That is what has been the dominant topic in this election, and obviously voters feel as though Mark Carney is the best steward at this time to navigate the turbulent waters that we are seeing with the United States.
Yes, that was his pitch, right? That was certainly his pitch. The Conservatives had a different message around change, which is still proving to be, you know, very popular, just not as popular as the concept of what Trump is threatening, which isn't just the economy like it was in 1988, 1984, but also our sovereignty, like our very existence as a country. I think that's obviously informed the outcome tonight. Let's turn over to Heather Butts, who's got a deeper dive into some of these results.
Thanks so much, Vashi. Yes, we are looking at that Liberal win, and of course the results that people want to know, well, how did you get here? How did we declare this Liberal win? And that is declared by our CTV News decision desk. And we'll take a look at our projections for where we can go this evening now once we have declared that win. So the decision desk, the House of Commons projection probability of a majority actually is 24%. For the Liberals. So that is the probability of a majority. And I believe we're now going to look at the House of Commons projection. So we are projecting the Liberals could get anywhere from 152 to 180 seats. That would be the maximum seating. Of course, crossing that number, that 172 majority marker that we've been talking about this evening. And looking at the Conservatives, the decision desk is projecting the Conservatives will receive anywhere between 119 and 144 seats this evening. And of course, that not lining up with the minimum of the Liberals. And so that's how that math, of course, works out. These numbers based on historical data, riding information that we receive, research, and of course, your votes, because we have been watching these numbers and flow. It's a forecast, it's a range, and so they've been moving this evening as your votes are counted and come in through those polling stations. Of course, take a look at the Bloc Québécois and the NDP. The decision desk projecting anywhere from 18 to 30 seats would be the maximum for the Bloc Québécois. The NDP, a minimum of anywhere from 12 to 28 seats. And again, taking a look at that majority, the Liberals could get anywhere from 152 to 180. 172 is the majority. So if they don't cross that line, that magic marker, and they don't get that majority, that's when we really start to look towards the Bloc and the NDP to see how things play out in Ottawa. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Heather. Heather with a deeper dive there into some of the numbers. The Liberal CTV News has been able to declare will form government. We keep our eye on those numbers at the bottom of the screen to see whether or not it will be a majority or a minority. We want to get some analysis to this significant moment in the night from our top strategists, Corey Tonight, Kathleen Mugg, and Scott Reid. Corey, I'll start with you. We talked earlier, Omar mentioned that you made a ton of news, so did the Premier Doug Ford, for criticizing the Conservative campaign for not focusing on Donald Trump enough. Is this outcome emblematic of that?
I think that's part of it, but I think in many respects, as you reflect on this race, it was largely put in jeopardy before the campaign even began. I think the biggest strategic error that the Conservatives had going into this election was pounding Justin Trudeau and the Liberals with tens of millions of dollars of pre-run advertising to the point where they drove them down to 18-19% of the polls and made it an existential question around the leadership of the Liberal Party. And it's not just Trump, it's the loss of Trudeau. If you think of this election race as if Pierre Poilievre was fighting against Justin Trudeau, and you kept everything else the same, we'd be having a Conservative majority tonight, I believe. So I think it was a big strategic error. We just went too hard in the lead up to the campaign, and we got rid of the guy who was going to deliver a victory for us, and that guy was Justin Trudeau. That said, there was still, I think, an opportunity to change more of the focus towards Trump going into the campaign, and there was a space when the Liberal leadership was going on. There was a real vacuum there. That's the vacuum that Ford stepped into, but he didn't have to do that alone. I think there was an opportunity for the federal Conservatives to do the same. But all of that to say, this is a heartbreaking night for Conservatives across the country. And I think there's going to be a lot of focus on what happens next, both inside the party, but also to see what Carney and the Liberals will do. Are they going to reach out to the West? Some of the things that Toronto brought up earlier, I think, are really poignant. There's going to be a need to build some bridges to parts of the country that really felt left out by this Liberal government over the last 10 years.
It's a super salient point, Kathleen. I think at the same time as we look at what might have went wrong for the Conservatives, it's fair to look at what went right for the Liberals and give them their due, and give Mark Carney his due, who a few months ago was a complete political neophyte. Obviously, rumors for years that he never dispelled that he was going to run, but this is quite the turnaround story, led very specifically by him.
For sure, from Pharaoh March to victory, right? Literally a politician for 3 months, and Prime Minister for 9 days, and now it looks like he will form government to be determined whether it's minority or majority, but definitely a win. I'll build on what Corey said earlier. The Conservatives not only preconditioned Canadians to dislike Justin Trudeau through their millions of dollars of ads, they also did the same thing to Jagmeet Singh, running millions of dollars of ads against Mr. Singh as well. And he's paying the price. He's feeling that tonight. In fact, the polling, the national polling looks like New Democrats aren't even hitting what pollsters predicted of around 8-10%, really more like 4 or 5%. So the question is, for New Democrats, was their strategy of moving early to protect incumbents, to focus on those local campaigns? Will they be able to pull out some of those incumbents? I don't think it's going to be all 24, but will they reach party status, or will they, they certainly have lost beachheads in the past, the beachheads we talked about earlier in Atlantic Canada, but if they start to lose beachheads in Quebec or Ontario or in the prairies, that is not a good sign for the party.
Scott, the story of the NDP, that percentage that Kathleen just referenced, is a huge part of the Liberal story tonight as well.
Absolutely gigantic. And I think as the evening goes on and these seat totals mount, I think we'll see that it's even more significant, and they're really underperforming what were incredibly low expectations already, particularly when you take a look at the province of Ontario. We'll see as more numbers come in from BC, that can be very consequential in trying for the Liberals whether or not they meet this majority line. I just want to add one thing. I really want to underline this point about what an astonishing, historical, unbelievable, oh my God, you wouldn't believe it if this was a movie kind of event this hit for the Liberal Party of Canada. Like, they were dead and buried, covered in topsoil and leaves, left by the side of the road.
We covered their funeral.
Months ago. For months.
Yeah.
For 2 years, in fact. A couple of weeks after Justin Trudeau stepped down, announced that he would step down in January, a friend called me and said, I can't believe this story about Mark Carney. He's not really going to run, is he? Why would he leave the life that he has in order to take on this certain death march? Why on earth would he do it? And I said, well, because he thinks he can win. And there was laughter on the other side of the phone. And, here we are, 3 months later, and he has pulled this off. It is astonishing. For someone who never ran for elected office, never held elected office, walked in and has pulled off something that's astonishing and unseen before in electoral history in Canada.
I think there's one other thing that's really important to reflect on in this, and that is this collapse of the NDP and what drove that. Because I think Trump is part of that story. I think it was probably a much bigger part of the story with the Bloc Quebec law. But I think there's a question as to whether or not the type of campaign that the Conservatives ran was so frightening to NDP voters that they gave up their, decades-long voting preference to vote Liberal for a Bay Street banker, which is not really a great place that you would think that would go. So, I think to give the Conservative Party credit, like they have built their base to, I think, a historic level. But in doing so, they may have moved the goalposts further away if the result of that is the collapse of the NDP to that degree.
Great point.
It is a great point. And Corey, just very quickly, what is the soul-searching moment now for the Conservatives? What is Pierre Poilievre thinking tonight, and what happens to his future, and what is the party thinking tonight?
Well, I think there's going to be a lot of questions asked around that, but I don't think there's one Conservative party. This is why you see so few Conservative governments at the federal level. There's really like 5 different Conservative parties across the country, and what constitutes, conservatism on the prairies, which is where I'm from, looks a lot different in Ontario, where I am now, or in BC, or in Quebec, or in the Maritimes, and you have to try to find a through line through these disparate types of conservatives that often have some pretty big internal contradictions within them. So it's a real challenge, and I think tonight's result speaks to that challenge. And to try to find a through line through those different things is going to be the challenge for the party.
We keep our eyes peeled, I should say, at the bottom and the right of our screen as we try and determine whether or not this will be a Liberal minority or a Liberal majority. Very competitive things going on in the 905, which is a very key electoral region of Ontario, just outside Toronto. It looks at this point, early indications that the Conservatives are picking up a significant number of seats at the Liberals' expense in there. So that's something that could very much inform whether this is minority or majority. And I think we can check in actually in Liberal territory at Liberal headquarters with our senior political correspondent, Mike Lecouture, who is there live for us. Mike, take us inside the room if you can.
Yeah, I've actually a very familiar face to people in the Liberal Party here with me. David Lametti, former Justice Minister, also good friend of Mark Carney. He has been advising informally, Mr. Carney. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Lametti. I mean, first off, these results, what do you think of them? And what would you have told me if I said that this is what it was going to be just a couple of months ago?
Look, it's still early tonight. I'm watching obviously carefully what the bloc vote is in Quebec. I'm watching what the NDP does. We're evolving into a two-horse race, and none of us are used to that. So none of us are being able to predict. That being said, I'll say it to you. I said it to Mark Carney a number of times since January, both in the leadership and throughout. I said, Mark, if you had asked me if I would take these numbers 6 months ago, I would take them, and I would tell you that I would take them. Look, we were dead and buried in December. Beginning of December. Now we're going to form government. Now, whether it's majority or minority, I'm hoping it's majority. We've turned this right around, and thanks to Mark. It's Mark's leadership, Mark's personality, Mark's intelligence that got us through this. He showed Canadians a real change and a backbone that can stand up against Mr. Trump.
So when you think about where you were and the exchanges that you've had with him today, what's going through his mind right now?
Mark's singularly focused on winning this. We'll get to next steps next, but he is singularly focused on getting us across the finish line. Yes, government's a good thing, but next is trying to get a majority government so we have a strong government to face Mr. Trump.
When you see what you're seeing with the numbers, how realistic is majority?
Again, it's early. Again, I'm looking at the bloc numbers and the NDP numbers in a two-horse race. If we can maintain those races and win Liberal seats, I think we're going to be all right.
You had told me a story off air about introducing Mark Carney essentially to the Liberal Party, bringing him to a Christmas party after you got shuffled out of cabinet. So are you to thank for all of this?
No, I'm not to thank. Mark Carney's to thank because of his experience and his leadership capacity, his intellect. But he's an old friend, and I thought I would invite him to the party. And there were a lot of Carney curious people there at the time.
What is it about him in your mind that has that singular focus that has brought him to this point right now?
Supremely intelligent and masters the dossiers. I've already seen him in briefings where he can turn the briefing around and say, yeah, I get that, but we're going to do this, 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 and this. And he clearly grasps what's happening immediately in the briefing, and he turns it around to give a direction and a plan. And I think this is something unique, and I think he's the right person for the moment.
With millions of Canadians watching, what kind of a prime minister are we going to have right now? Because you have served under Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. A lot of people talk about the differences between these two men. What can Canadians expect of Mark Carney?
They can expect sincere, thoughtful, intelligent policy responses and policy platforms, policy ideas that will help Canadians, especially with respect to economics. This is Mark's bread and butter. This is what he is going to bring to Canada.
I gotta let you go, but I have to ask you this. You're his friend. Are you coming back?
I will serve if Mark asks me to. I'm happy where I am right now at Fasken, believe me. But this is an important moment in Canadian history. This is an important moment for the country with an existential threat from the United States. So I've worked hard to get Mark elected, and I'll continue to support him.
In what way? What do you want to do?
I'll continue to support him. I'm happy to give informal advice if that's what it is.
All right, Vamshi, you can't say I didn't try with David Lametti here, but he's a cabinet minister. He knows how to answer a question. Send it back to you.
He's a dominant reporter that Mike Lecouture.
Yeah. It's honestly, it's a good picture into the behind the scenes of what's responsible for this. Obviously, it's Mark Carney, but the people behind him, Marco Mendicino, David Lametti, Party and Jerry Butts in particular were three of the kind of key figures, people who are, very much associated with the former Prime Minister in executing this win for Mark Carney. So interesting comments there from David LeMay. I have a guess that he will be part of the office, the Prime Minister's office, but that's just
All right, you heard it here first. I'd be interested to see what happens, by the way, in David May's former riding of the Southern back then. Of course, this was a riding that the Liberals held, that the Bloc got stolen, took away. We'll try to track that to see where the numbers are shaping up. But let's get to Bloc Québécois, which province-wide isn't doing that great, but we know that the leader, Bloc Québécois leader, François Blanchet, CTV is declaring him as the winner in that riding. He is, of course, the incumbent. So the story there is that he retains his seats in Belleuil-Chambly, but again, province-wide, suffering quite a hit in that province. I want to just get to Bloc Québécois headquarters now, and Jeremy Sharon. Jeremy, what's the sentiment like where you are right now in that headquarters? A lot of cheers.
You can hear behind me, loud cheers here. They've been cycling through on the screen the elected MPs, including leader Yves-François Blanchet just moments ago, who received, of course, loud cheers. He has yet to arrive here at Bloc headquarters. To your point, there's a lot of positive energy here right now. They cheer as they continue to see their MPs elected up on the screen. But that number right now, 23 for the Bloc that you see on your screen, it's not a terrible number. The party had been talking about, whether they would drop under 20. And that would be a significant loss, and there would be a different move here. There had been talk about landing somewhere in that 20 to 30 range, right in the middle. Yves-François Blanchet earlier in the campaign said that he felt his party could be efficient with 25 MPs. He'd like more, he said, but they could be efficient there. So I'm interested to continue to watch tonight where they land and where that number lands ultimately. Of course, at dissolution, they had 33 seats, so they're facing still a significant loss. But where that number lands will be important as we continue to talk about on whether or not this is a Liberal minority or majority at this point. Quebec could play a huge role in that fashion or more.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. And as Jeremy was speaking, I'm just looking at our tracker here, and I can tell you that Bill Blair has recaptured his seat of Scarborough Southwest in that riding.
Minister of National Defense, and of course former Toronto Police Chief, well known to the community out in Scarborough. We are looking closely though at the 905 because we did have some early indications that the Conservatives could be picking up there. Why is that important? The 905 very electorally significant, and of course we've got our eye on the numbers at the bottom of the screen and whether the Liberals are able to hit that magic 172 to form a majority. We are still not anywhere close to figuring that out.
No, we aren't. That may take a while yet, but Maxime Bernier losing, it defeated, we're declaring in the riding of Beauce, and in fourth place, both four candidates, so suffering quite substantial loss. Yes, really losing in that riding of Beauce in Quebec. Let's get to Sandy Ronaldo, who's been really gauging the sentiment of the people. Sandy, over to you.
Oh, Omar, let me tell you, my guests have been itching to have an opportunity to say what's on their mind. But the word that keeps coming up again and again is polarization. So talk to me, John.
Well, I mean, our shows and shows across the country tomorrow are going to be where people start to vent, I think, and maybe where Liberals want to brag. I mean, the problem with the two political parties and their followers and voters, those who are entrenched, is both of the parties think the other one is an existential threat when in government. So Conservatives are going to be very angry, and also angry about the fact that, I mean, they had the Liberals on the ropes, and they've already put up with 10 years of the Liberals, so it's going to drive them crazy. And one last aspect in all of this is, Bill, probably from your texts and calls on my show, a cohort of Liberals these days, or a cohort of Conservatives, like to own the Libs, and tonight they've been denied the chance to do so.
I know that you're eager to say something, Bill. Don't hold back.
Well, if you just look at those numbers, and what you see is Canada becoming a two-party country.
But haven't we always been that way?
Well, no, I don't think to the degree we're seeing right now with the NDP collapsing like that. So, yeah, people are going to be divided. Conservatives, we're already hearing from our listeners, I'm sure you are as well, sort of that core group that tries to reach out to you right away. And so far, Conservatives are angry with people who voted Liberal. But I don't think that anger will last long. I think it will turn internally pretty quickly. And they're going to say, what happened here? How did we have this in our grasp, change that we've wanted for so long, and it's now gone? and they're going to start to ask questions of their party. The only way that doesn't become really ugly is if the Conservatives can keep the Liberals to a minority. Then I think you see they'll calm down, they'll accept that as reality and say, we live to fight another day. We can't have our country divided right now. We need to be focused on the real enemy to our country right now is in Washington. That's the real threat. We need to work together to fight that threat. Those numbers don't show that.
But how do you begin to heal, right? Given the fact that we've got such a fractured nation in terms of just look at those numbers again. You know, if it ends up being, we're waiting to see whether a minority or majority, but how do you, as the new leader of this country, reach out to those people who didn't vote for
I don't think you can. No. I think our country is becoming more like the United States. We hear it every day on the shows. People who are conservative are really conservative. There's that wing of the party where people, they bought into Donald Trump. They like him, and they believe that elections can be fixed, and that pollsters lie to you, and that the media is lying to you all the time. That exists in our country, and I think it's only going to grow as a result of this. Unless the Liberals get a strong majority and Carney can actually deliver a good deal with the United States, maybe then we take a deep breath and say, a win is a win. But
there's going to be a lot of bitterness amongst Conservatives. I think Bill's right. I mean, Corey tonight, just behind us, has been Cassandra through this entire campaign, and now we'll see what the result is. But Conservatives are also going to say, I think, now what do we have to do to win it out? I mean, you know, we had it in the bag, and look what happened.
Well, without the NDP around, they have to move to the center. I think that's the only way to do that. I mean, I think Doug Ford felt emotionally the moment when Donald Trump got too involved in this country, and he expressed that. And I think Pierre Poilievre waited too long to show it. He was on my show 4 or 5 days ago, and he expressed it now. We saw it in his tweet today, but that needed to happen weeks earlier. And I think there's going to be a lot of questions raised about that.
radio talk show hosts can keep talking, so I'm going to have to wrap you up. Bashi, take it over, Bashi. Go.
And certainly we could listen to them for a lot longer. I think everything that you just heard was totally accurate, but we have another call to make. In this case, we are declaring Mark Carney elected in his Ottawa area riding of Nepean. Not a difficult battle for Mark Carney, not unexpected in any way. Mark Carney will remain Prime Minister in form of government. You can see there we have declared him the winner in his riding as well. He has never sat as a member of Parliament. In fact, this will be when Parliament is set to resume later this month, or in May rather. This will be his first time in Parliament.
No stranger to big issues, but a political neophyte, and that riding, of course, adjacent to Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton. Let's get to CTV's Geneviève Rochemont at Liberal headquarters, and it's always less awkward, Geneviève, when a Prime Minister has won his own seat.
Oh, absolutely, you know, and it will be not a surprise here, but a bit of a relief. It's almost like we're clearing hurdles for people in this room now. There was this big sigh of relief and enthusiasm when it was called that it was going to be at least a Liberal government. We still don't know minority majority, so they're waiting for that. And now to hear that Carney has been elected is that next hurdle. And of course, you know, this is a big, people are talking to me today about door knocking, trying to get the vote out, every single vote out, door knocking from Mark Carney, and they said they really saw a big change, of course, when after Trudeau stepped down in January. They said that they started talking to people and they saw a major shift, and so they felt that this was what was going to happen tonight. But they're still watching really nervously, and there's a lot of talk about the situation of Quebec here as well, because, you know, of course we're in Ontario here, but they're watching how much Quebec is handing seats to the Liberal Party. So certainly this is something they're watching very closely. And, you know, as I say, a lot of enthusiasm. The eyes here all still on the screen, still a lot of anticipation and nervous energy in the room now.
All right, so we'll check with you a little bit later. And of course, another Liberal leadership contender, Chrystia Freeland there, has won her seat at University of Rosedale. That's what CTV News Decision Desk is projecting, and has a lead of about 1,000 votes with 10 of the 205 polls reporting. It'll be interesting. You know, we were talking about the fact that Mark Carney is a political neophyte. It'll be interesting to see in the days and the months to come how he evolves into that role of a politician, because it is a cutthroat game.
Well, and who he surrounds himself with. So, for example, Chrystia Freeland, who in that cabinet he made just before the RIP drop, moved from being deputy prime minister after all that chaos and drama with Justin Trudeau to the portfolio of transport. Like, what kind of desire there is to project more change and how he reassembles cabinet will certainly be something to keep our eye on. CTV declaring Leslie Lewis, one of the former contenders for the Conservative leadership in Haldimand, Norfolk. I think we just saw Chrystia Freeland. I think I'm also hearing Leslie Church might have flipped Toronto St. Paul's back to the Liberals. Leslie Church was chief of staff to Chrystia Freeland for a period of time. That by-election for Toronto St. Paul's really like the pinnacle of the Liberal dissent in public opinion polling, and there it is. There we've declared Leslie Church a win in Toronto St. Paul's, taking it from Mr. Stewart, the Conservative candidate, who had surprised everybody when he did win.
There we have it, Leslie Church again for the Liberals there in Toronto St. Paul's. Let's go to Maya Johnson, who's standing by in Montreal. Maya.
All right, it is very loud here at Liberal Watch Party in downtown Montreal. We are here with Mark Miller, the candidate for Ville-Marie de Sud-Ouest LSR. Thank you for your time and congratulations, because now we have the results. And just a few months ago, this seemed completely improbable, the Liberals winning this election.
Yeah, it didn't look good. I had hope. I'd say probably we deserve to be where we were a couple months ago. A lot of infighting. I think things changed for a number of reasons. Prime Minister Trudeau took the right decision for the country to step back. There's the Trump threat that we all got together and focused on Canadian sovereignty, on tariffs, and the existential threat to Canada and to the economy, a million jobs potentially at risk. I think that focused the mind. The coming of Mark Carney, I think, is very important. A guy that has extremely important leadership credibility, resume, and the work that he's done before he became a politician. I think that was very important. A leadership race that reinvigorated the team and got people motivated for this election. So I think a number of things, including how we ran this election, which is a positive message around affordability, around fighting Trump, and about the leadership that Mark Carney provides for Canadians. I think Canadians bought into that, as well as rejecting some of the negativity that we heard from the Conservatives.
You said that Justin Trudeau made the right decision in deciding to step aside to allow the party to renew itself. Obviously, Mark Carney does not have any political experience. He has not held a seat in the House of Commons before. Do you think that will be a challenge for him as we navigate a very complicated time?
Yeah, well, look, he has an exceptional resume. It's unparalleled in Canada, but he's a political rookie, and so perhaps he's a guy that learns really quickly on the job, and we've seen that throughout the election. But again, we've put a rookie in with 3 games to go in the regular season, and we're about to win it all. So I think that speaks to his ability to learn. But being in caucus, being in government is a different thing. I have all the confidence in his leadership skills to be able to do that. Again, he is new, and Canadians will judge for themselves. But tonight really is one that I think we should just focus on Canadians' choice, and Canadians are never wrong.
Take this moment live with us as it happens. You can see there's a lot of excitement in this room tonight. This is an outcome that I think the supporters were expecting. So I'm going to throw it back to you at the desk so you can take it away.
All right, Maya, thank you so much. And right now, we're just waiting to see basically if that Liberal government is a majority government or a minority government. But certainly, remarkable comeback for Liberals, so whatever political stripe you wear. I want to hand it over, throw it over to Anne-Marie right now with her panel. Anne-Marie.
Okay, James Moore, you published an article very recently that said, always look on the brighter side of life, Mike Python. How are you looking right now?
Look, I'm a lifelong conservative, a proud conservative, but I'm a Canadian first. And congratulations to Prime Minister Carney. He is my Prime Minister, and I congratulate him on a remarkable turnaround of the Liberal Party to land him his victory tonight. The burden that falls on him now as the Prime Minister of this country, we should never forget the final speeches that Brian Mulroney gave before he left us last year, which is to remind us that the first obligation of any Prime Minister, before anything else, before you pave an inch of highway, before you pass a law, before you do anything, the first obligation of the Prime Minister of this country is national unity. And there are some real cleavages and gaps in this country. A lot of people feel left behind. Ron has spoken about how a lot of people in Alberta in the energy sector have felt left out and beaten up and disrespected for a really long time. And there are a lot of things that Prime Minister Carney can do in order to heal those gaps and heal those divides and make this country a more united and better place. He's talked about them. He's said some good things. He's seen some examples in the past. But like when conservatives talk about Bill C-69, I know it sounds with legislative, minutiae, but there's some really good, thoughtful ideas and good policy proposals that should absolutely be at home in any government in this country, whether it's blue or red, that would heal a lot of divides, that would make Albertans, that would make Westerners feel like they're part of this country. And there are a lot of things that Prime Minister Carney can do, and I hope that he's open to those ideas, and hopefully he is open to doing what any Prime Minister who's worthy of the office will do, which is to reach out and to build a stronger, more united country and to fill those divides.
You're just listening to Mark Miller, who said, they focus on sovereignty, but you could argue both of these leaders and both of these parties focused on sovereignty. Canada strong, Canada first. Ron, I want to ask you this. If I'm from Alberta and I look at this screen and see Liberal win, what's my reaction tonight?
Well, I think James articulated it very well. There's going to be a lot of healing to do. I think the one thing strategically that is going to be difficult is a big part of this win is Quebec. And we know that Quebec is at odds with the energy sector. And so how will Mark Carney balance that out? He owes a lot to Quebec. Quebec, we've talked about all of a sudden there's a consensus on pipelines. Still difficult to convince Quebecers to build an energy pipeline. Where are we going to put it? How are we going to do this? And so who does he owe something to after tonight? He owes probably a lot to Quebec voters. So that's another cleavage. It's east and west. It's not just rural and urban. It's not just young and old. So we've got some things to heal. And I think when we look at the results, even if you look at Doug Ford's results in 2025, if Pierre comes in at over 39% or close to 39%, which Harper won a majority with that, he could actually end up with more votes from Ontarians than Doug Ford did. But we're still losing in Ontario, which is where we needed to win because of a massive collapse of the NDP. Who would have ever thought the NDP would be at 4%? So that's also a big story tonight to me, to see the NDP, to see a leader that really just drove this party into a ditch. And so I'm sure you put that on a leader. I put it on any leader. I mean, there was an opportunity, I think, for Jagmeet Singh or for any NDP leader to create a differentiation between the Liberal leader, who someone mentioned is a banker, and the type of people that normally vote Socialist and NDP. So it's surprising to me that a 4% result for the NDP is shocking. So obviously we'll see a new NDP leader, and that obviously would make a difference in the future, but not tonight.
Sure, you're talking about leadership, but you're focusing on the NDP leader. Let's talk about Pierre Poilievre as a leader. What was it about his leadership running this campaign that people said, I'm choosing differently?
Well, just remember, he actually grew the base of the Conservative Party. He tonight delivered a vote that won us a majority under Stephen Harper. He's grown the base of the party. The progressive vote has completely gone to the Liberals, and the NDP completely collapsed. I do think that Jagmeet Singh has to take some responsibility for that. He had an opportunity to differentiate himself from the Liberals, and he wasn't able to.
Arjun, I'm going to let you jump in, but I wanted to say something that I think is really interesting, is that this became a fight about who could stand up to Donald Trump. But do you think any of the leaders imagined that we were going to have what we were talking about now, Rana, which is we've got to look at how do we unify a country, let alone fight what's coming from south of the border? Arjun, why don't you jump in?
That's that point. I mean, Canadians were united on a message of rejection of Trump. I mean, that's what this election was largely about. Now they're picking a leader who they felt that can best lead them to deal with Trump. And we can't, at the end of the day, we can't blame the fortunes of one party towards a big downfall of another, right? At the end of the day, now it's everybody needs to unite. And that, I think, is very important. I personally think the divide is not going to be as significant with Mark Carney's, not only as James mentioned to me about reminding me that Mark Carney is from Edmonton. I think also British Columbia is potentially going.
Think of him as an Albertan.
Well, this is the thing is, here's an opportunity for him to prove that, right? He started his leadership run in Edmonton, right? So this is the time. Yes, there's work to be done. It means there's a lot of work to be done. BC also has an opportunity now to potentially take the Liberals to majority territory as well, which I think can also happen.
That is exactly what's going to happen tonight.
So
Because I'm excited, Christy, about that.
So I think this is what's gonna. I think with all the concern, Canadians have sent a very clear message. We're united. We want all of you united on focusing together. I think that's what needs to happen right now.
I think the other message from Canadians that's really important is that We care about the economy. People are really concerned about their economic health.
That used to mean the Conservatives.
Well, you know, and then Mark Carney came along. And Mark Carney, he's got a lot of experience and we know all about that. But he has been talking about resource development, which is, I think, is great. I mean, we started the LNG industry in Canada in my government. He has all kinds of opportunity. Electing Liberals in British Columbia might be 20 of them, giving him the majority, who will continue to support resource development. So if we do that, we'll create lots of high-paying jobs for lots of working people in the country, and it'll mean we can do things like protect our healthcare system, but also it will mean we'll be able to reach out beyond Canada's borders to the world, and not just to the United States. He's made diversifying our markets around the world a real priority, and I think he's going to stick with that. I don't think he's a guy who sits around and says, oh, gee, I owe this province or another for electing me. I think he's a guy that says, I want to fix the economy, I want to grow Canada, I want to unite the country, and so that's what I'm going to do.
Okay, then what does Pierre Poilievre say? Because you have a government now that you have a party story that has had 3 leaders in 3 elections and they haven't been able to break through. So what does that say, Brian?
Tom.
And Tom, thank you.
I want to get back to what we were talking about before in the NDP, because it is shocking to me, and it's a bit of a body blow to see the NDP lose party status. We've been talking about it as a real possibility, but it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. It is, I think, the result of a very bad decision, which was to lose the distinction between the NDP and Liberals. And the day they signed that deal, which we actually never saw, I made the point, what's the business case going to be on the doorstep? How do you talk to voters and say, don't vote for those lousy Liberals, vote for us? And the answer is going to be, but you've been voting for them for the past 3 years. So that lack of distinction made it very easy for progressive voters to say, look, this is a time that's like no other. It's down to a two-way race. Poilievre is not ourselves. We don't like what he's offering. And we're just gonna move our votes over there. We saw a lot of block ridings go over to the Liberals as well tonight. And I want to reassure Lona on her concern with regard to Quebec, because something incredible happened over the past few months, because François Legault had been categorically opposed to pipelines across Quebec and now is open to discussing it. There was a huge LNG project in the Saguenay that he said no to categorically, and he says he's now open to discussing. So I think that is one of the things that Carney has brought to this discussion. He said this is about building the Canadian economy for all Canadians, and Legault knows that there's a whole sector of aluminum that's particularly important in Quebec, but he's not going to try to say, well, you can't help the auto sector, you got to help me, or we've got to say no to the energy sector because you got to think about me first. That's one of the sea changes that we're seeing right today. For the Bloc to drop 10 seats or so tonight, that's huge.
I've got to interrupt the panel. My apologies, but we have a very significant declaration to make. At the CTV decision desk, we are projecting now a Liberal minority government. A Liberal minority government. They will not, we don't anticipate, cross the threshold of 172 seats, setting up a fascinating dynamic over the coming days and weeks when you consider what our panel was just talking about, Omar, that precipitous drop in support for the NDP, translating to a big decrease in seats. Even though the Bloc sees a decrease as well, their significance in the House of Commons just went up by a whole lot.
And so the question now for the Liberals is, who will be their dance partner? They'll obviously have to reach across the aisle on major initiatives. And this is, Canadians are basically saying, obviously, the dominant issue is Donald Trump. Make it, fix it. Fix the situation, show us you can. And everybody who's here today, maybe we'll see you very soon. So please clear your schedules. The minority situation, of course, it's a very interesting development.
Tom, don't laugh. You're going to be back here maybe in a few months. I got it. Let's swing right over there. I can say, I want to get to Mike Lucator, senior political correspondent. I can tell you, Mike, and I know you will say the same thing from talking to Liberals, this is not what Mark Carney wanted. He was dead set on needing a majority to be able to contend with Trump in the way that he wanted to. This is a fascinating development.
Yeah, and actually, when you consider the fact that in the first week of the campaign, he did let that word slip, and then it was in Laval, Quebec, just north of Montreal, when Melanie Joly, Foreign Affairs Minister, and as Maya Johnson had interviewed her there, MP for Hunslet-Cartierville, at that rally had called for a Liberal majority. That obviously got a lot of our attention in the media. We had asked Mark Carney about it the next day. I asked him point blank, do you want a Liberal majority government because you said you need a strong government and a strong mandate to stand up to U.S. President Donald Trump? And again, he was cagey about it, saying that, look, we want to fight for every vote. We want every Canadian to vote for a Liberal and to have that strong mandate. You heard earlier from David Lametti, one of his good friends, that he would not be satisfied until he finished the job. In his mind, finishing the job was going to be to get a majority government. Now that that is out of reach, it will be interesting, as you and Omar had just discussed, who will their dance partner be? Think back to the debate. We had heard Yves-François Blanchet and Mark Carney exchanged phone numbers. And Mark Carney joked afterwards when he was asked about it, it's not like we're going to exchange texts or anything, but he thought that it was important to have his phone number, and he said that, look, Blanchet asked for my number. I said, sure, you can have it, and let's stay in touch. So now you have to wonder whether or not one of the first calls tomorrow will be to Yves-François Blanchet, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, to see where they can come together, especially when you consider where the NDP vote is going and if the NDP will have any type of balance of power that they can hold going forward. And again, we haven't heard it in this room just yet because another network is on the big screen, but certainly when people hear it, you can expect a bit of a sigh, and because I've been talking to Liberals in this room, they were really crossing their fingers, hoping that they'd gotten enough for the vote out, hoping that they had done enough of the work to prove to Canadians that a majority is what it would take, but a number of them, again, they were cautiously optimistic, and now that we know it's a minority, I think a lot of the people in this room will look at this and say it's a partial win, and that they're happy for now, happy that they'll be able to form the government, and then try and figure out exactly which party they'll have to work with to get things done in the House of Commons fashion.
All right, Mike, thank you so much. And I just want to pick up on what Bill Carroll said earlier, that the only way the Conservatives could accept this decision is if it were to be a minority government. This may be if it's going to be a minority government, it is easier to swallow. I want to head over to Abigail Beeman. As we were seeing the tracker coming up on the screen, we were looking at Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton, and it seemed, again, early, but it seemed at that stage that he was trailing in his own riding. We'll see what happens with that ultimately. But what are you seeing and what are you hearing where you are, Abigail?
Well, the mood has certainly changed considerably since the last time we chatted. It's a much different atmosphere in the room now. When CTV projected a Liberal win, the minority screen has not come up yet at these headquarters, but in that first Liberal win, the room just went silent. There was just, not a sound here. And when you look at the faces of the people in the crowd, it's just a very upset scene. I think you'll hear more from my colleague Colton Frail, who's on the floor speaking to those people. But in terms of the campaign, this was a campaign that was very happy to provide me information when things seemed to be going well in terms of those early results from Atlantic Canada, and telling me, a few times that they were expecting, that they were very optimistic about Ontario and BC. I have now not had any information from official party sources in the last, I think we're now at 2 hours, so not interested in speaking at the moment. I've also put in several requests for an update on the leader, Pierre Poilievre. We understand he's watching results with his family in a hotel nearby, and he has said that he will obviously come and speak later, but no updates there as to how he's feeling, what he's thinking, or what he's seeing at this point, watching those results. Perhaps maybe a moment to reflect on some of the things I've witnessed covering the Conservative campaign for the majority of this campaign out on the road with Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. What stands out to me in my mind right now is platform release day. So in the last week of the campaign, the platform release had a whole bunch of issues with it coming out just last minute, not a lot of time there. But I really stands out standing in that room at that press conference at platform release day. And there was a moment when the whole energy energy in the room shifted, and Poilievre, in his comments about the platform release, sort of paused and said, "I owe this country everything." And in that moment, I felt the energy in the room completely shift, and it was as if he was acknowledging or feeling a change of wind, so to speak, about how things were going, and he had almost a sheen in his eye, saying that he owes the country everything. And I saw that again at another point in a rally, and that to me was a real sense of the campaign shifting in that final week and seeing that. And I think I've mentioned this before, but last night at his rally in his own riding, when he said for the first time, "No matter what happens tomorrow, I'll be there to fight for you." And obviously the question was left hanging there as to whether he was acknowledging the possibility that Conservatives may not form government. So still waiting to hear official word from the campaign about reaction to this and to what's happening, but a much different mood in the room here now.
All right, thank you so much, Abigail. That's Abigail Beeman at Conservative headquarters in Ottawa. I want to bring in our chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang. A couple of different things certainly stand out here. First of all, I know we talk about the economy more broadly, but for a lot of people, it's about cost of living. And we're seeing some movement in the 905 in the areas around Toronto, which is a very unaffordable place to live. That there is additional support for the Conservatives coming through. At the same time, we see the Liberals being held to a minority. What does that tell you about Mark Carney's ability to deal with Trump?
I think, strategists will have a better view of this, but that whole, the price that incumbents pay really does play out when it comes down to people's, the affordability issue is one, the housing issue is a long-term structural problem in this country. Poor Sean Fraser may be paying for some of past sins there. What's to me very interesting that we need to be paying attention to right now is, when we got those two platforms kind of late for the Liberals and the Conservatives, we didn't really get a full federal platform from the Bloc Québécois because they don't need to. We don't need to know what they think about these things. Well, suddenly they might matter a great deal what the Bloc Québécois thinks because they may hold the balance of power. So when we think about the Liberals' spending plans, which are large, right? We know they're going to take our deficit up to 60+ billion in the first fiscal year. That's a big number. That's new debt that will carry. They'll need the support from another party for that. And that other party might have spending plans of their own. Let's remember. So what was already sort of a big spend facing down the tariff fight, trying to prop up the economy, and economists think it will do that, might get it to be an even bigger and more costly spend as we look down this.
And then as you're speaking, we just have the results for Central Nova. We saw a little bit of a seesaw back and forth, the Liberals and the Conservatives, and we are now able to declare that the incumbent, Sean Fraser, is going to be re-elected in his riding of Central Nova. So despite an early lead from Bryson Jenkins, the Conservative, we know that that Sean Fraser will be winning there, has recaptured his seat. Stephen Guilbeault winning his seat in Laurier-Sainte-Marie. You were talking a little bit about what Mark Carney has to do now. In a minority situation, you haven't got the time, right? And we're dealing in a situation at a time when people want results. They want them fairly instantly.
Yeah.
And so what kind of pressures, what's the most important file other than the US-Canada file? Because in terms of a housing strategy, things like that also take time to take root.
So interesting is it's connected. We had this great movement inside this country to work together. So the provinces came together with federal representation to say, how do we get rid of internal trade barriers? How do we move forward on energy infrastructure and actually get our resources to tidewater and new markets? Those are the kinds of things that might actually get stymied by a minority parliament. A minority government has to get agreement in different ways. Will that sense of kind of cohesiveness hang with us when we get that kind of Canada team notion or not? And that would be the big question, whether the other parties are more interested in triggering an election or looking to our own backyard, because we've seen the math. If we can solve some of our internal issues, we can offset the cost of tariffs. It's easier said than done, right? Internal trade is a big deal.
July 1st is a major day, right? That's when Mark Carney has said that a lot of these roadblocks that we've seen will be removed and we'll have more trade between the provinces, but the race is on.
I think also though so significantly is, and you touched on this, but if in fact that is the economic agenda that they're proposing to pursue, you're talking about building big projects. I mean, they run through Quebec. In Yves-François Blanchet, if his relative power has just increased despite a decrease in seats, has been unequivocal about being the only leader of all four that we're talking about. Even Jagmeet Singh has said he'd be okay at this point with the pipeline, for example, who would unequivocally stand in the way of it. Like, this becomes very problematic for any government, in particular this one, if they want to advance
might change what has to be offered to Quebec in order to appease on some of those issues. It will be a major factor. And remember, we are still fighting a trade war. And we're still fighting, of course, a president that still talks as recently as today about annexation. So it's not a small issue. We do need the country to come together and be so interesting to see, you know, in theory, you could see, of course, the Liberals and the Conservatives working together on some of these issues. We just never have seen that.
In theory, though, yeah. In practice, it would be something to behold, but you never know if you're up against the crisis.
You never know.
But if there is a time, this would be it, Omar.
But having just had an election, I don't think the appetite for going to the polls again is very high. Canadians probably want to see the parties work together and, you know, effect change, because we are at a critical crossroads in this country, as we all know. Heather Butts is standing by with some more data and some more context. Heather.
Thanks, Omar. Yeah, we're looking at perhaps what parties Nick might actually end up helping the Liberals in government. But we'll take a look at our House projections. And this is, again, how we got to where we are right now in the evening. The CTV decision desk projecting that the Liberals could see a range of seats anywhere from 154 to 167, so not reaching that magic marker of 172. The Conservatives could get anywhere from 138 to 152. But Nick, we're really looking at the Bloc and the NDP. The NDP only getting anywhere from 9 to 15. This could really play out interesting tonight.
Yes, a significant setback for the NDP. And the big question is, will the Bloc hold the balance of power in the next parliament? And what does that mean for the Federation and for Mark Carney and his government?
Certainly an interesting story playing out here. So, Nick, the numbers are coming in, but we still have some really close races. We still don't know for sure all of the MPs yet, of course, who will be heading to Ottawa. So we're going to zero in on Ontario, and we're going to look at the 905 area. For those of you not in Ontario, that's that area around Toronto on the outskirts, and we're looking in at Brampton right now. Nick, some pretty tight ridings here. First, taking a look at Brampton to Kesey Park.
Yeah, this is all going to come down to organization. It's basically street by street, block by block. It's going to be interesting to see whether the Conservatives can take it over or whether the Liberals will.
Just an 81 vote difference there in that riding. Brampton East, Liberals in the lead, but just 221 vote split there.
And I think this speaks to the ground game, and the Conservatives are probably hoping they can pick up a couple of these Brampton seats.
Okay, and this one, Brampton West, Nick.
Yeah, this is for the Liberals. So just think, if the Brampton's basically in play, you know, a handful of polls can make the difference.
Absolutely. Okay, let's move over to Aurora Oak Ridges. This is just north of Toronto, and the Conservatives in the lead by 982, but the incumbent, the Liberals, in second place.
Yeah, you know, this is good news for the Conservatives, because this potentially could be a pickup. But, you know, check out the NDP numbers, basically nowhere, and the Liberals trailing.
Okay, and let's head over to Markham, Unionville. We'll see what it's looking like there. The Conservatives in the lead by 510.
Yeah, this is traditionally has been Conservative in the past. So this is good news for Poilievre on this front. But, you know, all of these races are fragile right now.
Okay, let's take a look at another one. Richmond Hill South, still in that Toronto area. Vincent Ho in the lead right now, but another Liberal incumbent trailing Nick.
Yeah, you know, a bit of a comfy lead for Ho on this front, even with 115 polls reporting. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, with the advanced polls, how that actually plays itself out.
Okay, a couple of close ridings, close races in the 905 that is around the Greater Toronto area. For now, we'll send it back to the National Newsroom.
All right, and thank you so much. And you see again the floor and the ceiling there, the max that the CTV's decision desk is projecting is 167, so about 5 seats shy of the 172 majority. And we have in fact called for a Liberal minority government. But some interesting results there coming actually from the 905.
Very much so, and I think reflective, again, as I mentioned to Amanda, of the challenges with affordability and the degree to which I think people in and around suburbs, particularly in Ontario, are dissatisfied with the record of the Liberals over the last 10 years and making their voice heard. I think I saw at one point Francesca Sobera, who has been around for a while as a Liberal, again in the GTA area, it could have cost him his seat. We'll stay tuned to see if there are final results in that respect, but that is certainly something to watch. I think the other thing to watch is, we're assuming the Liberals can find a dance partner or might be able to, but if you look at the numbers, and they're not conclusive at this point, but an early look at them would leave you with the impression that if other parties wanted to get together to oppose them, to defeat them, that also is the highest bar for them to cross as well.
Quite a scenario, right?
Very, very different scenarios at play.
And one of the early writings that we were watching through the night is Central Nova, and it looks like the CTV News decision desk is projecting that Sean Fraser, the cabinet minister, will be retaining his seat despite the fact that it looked to the contrary earlier on. But again, he has recaptured his seat. Let's get to CTV's Todd Battis in Halifax, who has been watching this. And this has been quite a back and forth for the past few hours, and we are able to make that declaration now. Todd, what's the reaction there?
Yeah, and Omar, as you can imagine, it was a real nail biter. It's after midnight here on the East Coast, so there's some distance now between when the polls close and when we're getting those results. And the Conservative Bryson Jenkins had what seemed to be a pretty respectable lead, but that now flipped to the point where we declared Sean Fraser as the winner. And so again, you start wondering about those advanced polls and if those got counted later and if that's what created a bit of a surge for Sean Fraser. I want to go to another riding, Terra Nova, the peninsulas on the island of Newfoundland. This is one where Jonathan Rowe had a slight edge ahead of, or he had a fairly healthy lead over Anthony Germain, and that is down now to, look at that, it's a lead of just 23 with only 4 polls left to count. So that one is extremely close. That lead had certainly narrowed over the last hour or so. And I'll mention one other, St. Margaret's South Shore in Nova Scotia. Rick Perkins, the incumbent MP, Conservative, is now trailing a Liberal contestant by 5,000 votes. So again, you wonder if those advanced poll votes had been counted and whether that created a bit of a surge for the Liberals in a couple of Nova Scotia ridings anyway. Let's go to Montreal now, where Mitsui is standing by.
Well, the story in Quebec tonight is what's happening to the Bloc Québécois. At this point, the Bloc is trailing in a lot of ridings where they should be leading. If we look at the possible seat changes, the Bloc at this point stands to lose about 9 or 10 ridings. That number keeps changing over time. We see that it's 9 right now, but it's been 10 sometimes. The Bloc has really struggled to define itself this campaign. Quebecers say they're torn. They really like the Bloc. They say their hearts are with the Bloc. And the Bloc did run a good campaign. But the people say they're worried about global trade wars. They're worried about Donald Trump. And under these circumstances, they say sovereignty is a hard sell this time. Now, an example of what's happening to the Bloc, if you look at Longueuil, Saint-Hubert, it's a Bloc riding. Now, the Liberals don't have a huge lead, but you got to remember that this is a riding where the Liberals are traditionally not strong at all. And the Liberals are leading here. And also, we go back to Trois-Rivières. That's the riding where we said it was a very good indicator of what was to come. Now, it was a 3-way race. The Liberals are ahead of the incumbent Bloc. Still, though, overall in Quebec, the Bloc are leading at about 24, 25 seats. So they have lost seats, but they're looking at the possibility of holding that balance of power. We'll go over now to Ottawa. Patricia?
All right, Mitsumi, well, we know Mark Carney, the Prime Minister, now has a seat elected in Nepean, but next door in Carleton, so interesting in this riding, as results have just started to trickle in, and the early ones, with about 5 polls reporting, show the Liberal Bruce Banjoy with the lead over Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. Now, very interesting, does not necessarily mean Poilievre is in trouble. Maybe it means we are. It could be a long night due to that very long ballot in Carleton, although I don't want to complain about that when I hear Todd Battis saying it's after midnight where he is. But it will be an interesting riding, certainly, to watch as those results start to come in. Again, there were 91 names on that ballot. Now, elsewhere outside the city of Ottawa, Conservatives are doing well as expected. A rural riding that has typically gone very well. Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry, where incumbent Eric Duncan, the first openly gay Conservative MP, is now elected tonight, his 3rd term there. And another rural riding with historically strong support for the Conservatives, Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. Michael Barrett ran away with a win in 2021. That was the 2nd straight, now make it 3 in a row. This is a riding that had flipped from Liberal support in 2004, has not looked back since. So Michael Barrett in again there, but we will continue to watch Pierre Poilievre's riding in Carleton and see how that goes tonight. For now, we want to go back though to Toronto and Michelle Dubé with how things are progressing there, Michelle.
Yes, Patricia, well, as the results roll into the vote-rich Greater Toronto area, we've really got our eye on the 905 suburban belt, because this, as far as we're concerned, is telling the story of why Mark Carney is not getting a majority tonight. The Conservatives are faring well. We've got our eye on York Centre, which is a potential pickup for the Conservatives. Roman Baber, he at this point could potentially unseat Yahara Sachs, the incumbent there, Minister of Mental Health, first elected in 2020. The results are still coming in, but that is a potential pickup for the Conservatives. Also, if we go over to York, Durham, this is a new riding, and we have determined here at CTV that the Conservative candidate here, Jacob Mantle, a lawyer, a ward councillor, he is taking this riding. So it does signal that people in this part of the country are hungry for some change. And we got our eye at about, I would say, 12 other ridings that are potential Conservative gains at this stage. So it really does tell the story of keeping the Liberals' power in check in this election. Let's go over to Calgary.
Thank you, Michelle. Right now in Alberta, I can tell you it is pretty much a sea of blue. 34 of 37 ridings. Right now, Conservatives are leading or elected. And we want to zoom in a little bit closer and see what's happening in Edmonton this hour. Right now, 8 of the 9 Edmonton ridings have gone Conservative, leading or elected in 8 of the 9 Edmonton ridings, going for the Conservatives there. So only one riding for the NDP in Edmonton. That's Edmonton Strathcona. Now, this one's not a surprise. Heather McPherson is a 2-time NDP MP there. She's very popular. She won with 60% margin last time. But I want to turn your attention to Edmonton Gateway. This is Tim Uppal's riding. He's expected to win here. He is a 5-term MP, but it's the independent candidate here, Rod Loyola, that maybe could throw a spanner in the works. He was running for the Liberals. He's a former NDP MLA. He resigned to run for the Liberals. They dumped him fairly early on in the campaign because they found an old video where he was speaking positively in support of Hamas and Hezbollah at an anti-NATO rally. So they dumped him. He decided he was going to still run in this riding as an independent candidate. He had already ordered about 2,000 Liberal signs. He said, I'm keeping them and I'm using them. He just used a piece of tape to cover the word Liberal and some of the slogans, and he used them anyway. He basically came out and said, hey, they don't own the color red. I'm using these signs. The Liberals weren't happy about it. The Liberal candidate wasn't happy about it. So we'll have to see tonight if he actually pulls some votes away from that Liberal candidate, because it could have caused some voter confusion there in that riding. But this is a riding that Tim Uppal is expected to win tonight. Let's go to Mijan in Vancouver.
We mentioned that BC was full of close races, plenty of tight 2-way races and 3-way races, because the NDP has traditionally done very well in BC. Now that CTV has declared a Liberal minority government, Liberals try to hold on to those key suburban ridings. Let's take a look at Richmond East, Steveston. It's a battleground riding we mentioned earlier. It's flipped between Liberal and Conservative in recent elections. Let's take a look at what's happening now. Look at what's happening now. Zach Siegel of the Conservatives slightly ahead of the Liberal incumbent Parm Baines. Now, I've been watching this riding. It's been going back and forth between those two all night, a really tight battle. This is really could go down right to the wire. Conservatives leading at this point, but just a few minutes ago, Parm Baines was leading. So now let's take a look at Vancouver Kingsway. Now, this is a stronghold for the NDP, one that the NDP definitely wants to hang on to if they want to maintain their official party status with 12 seats. Don Davies, very popular incumbent in that riding. He is leading, but not by very much. Like, he used to win by a landslide. The last 5 elections, he's won for Vancouver Kingsway. But right now, Amy Gill of the Liberals, only 100 votes behind Don Davies. So this is one the NDP wants to hang on to. Liberals are hoping to flip it. Tight race right now. Don Davies, personally very popular, very involved in the community. You know, just on Saturday when there was the tragic, deadly attack at the Filipino festival, he had been at that festival, Don Davies. And then when he heard about the carnage and people being killed, he went back to show his support for the people there to see if there was anything he could do. He's popular in that riding. We'll see if his personal popularity can win out over any strategic voting coalescing on the progressive side. So we're keeping watch on those two very close ridings and several others that are shaping up to be real races.
And
Omar, Bashi?
Mijong, thank you so much. And in many ways, BC pivotal for the future of the NDP. You see the track record, as Mijong mentioned, 10 seats leading and elected for the NDP. They need 12 for official party status. Will they even have that before the night is over? The results in BC, particularly on the island where they have 6 of the 7 seats, or had, I should say, a dissolution, that is really going to fill in the story for the NDP and the future of the party and also the future of its leader as well.
Yeah, and really the sort of drop in their support in Ontario, a big part of the story as well. We'll look to get some of the key results in that province that are emblematic of that right now. That we want to head over to the riding of Central Nova, long held by the McKay family, now held for a number of elections by Sean Fraser, and a bit of a nail biter over the last number of hours. I want to head to Paul Hollingsworth, who's actually over there at Sean Fraser's headquarters, I believe. Paul, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. Look, if you're looking for a political emotional roller coaster, we found one here in Central Nova. We pulled into town about 9 hours ago, and there was a feeling of buoyancy and optimism from Sean Fraser's camp that they were going to win and have this result be the re-election for the Liberals. Then when those early polling results came in the early hours of this campaign this evening, when we saw those results, fear, doubt, and concern set in. It looked like it could be a Conservative win, and this room was very quiet. Feelings of despair set in, and people were clearly worried about the outcome. Look, when you look at Bryson Jenkins, what he accomplished in this campaign, we are told he's a young, energetic campaigner. He's been knocking on doors for the past 18 months, had a very impressive rally about a week ago in Trenton, Nova Scotia. Pierre Poilievre was there. Peter McKay was there, his father Elmer McKay was there. They came out of that rally feeling that they had momentum and the ability to seal the deal. But the Liberals found a way to close this in these final hours of this campaign tonight when these votes were counted. I spoke to a Conservative insider via text message about 2 hours ago. He told me they feel pretty good, but they wanted to wait for those advanced polling numbers to come in. It's purely anecdotal on our part, but it seems to me that those polling numbers from the advanced polls probably made a huge difference. And what could have been a major Conservative gain here in Central Nova, a riding with deep progressive Conservative roots, turns into a Liberal hold. And Sean Fraser, the cabinet minister who faced a lot of criticism with his housing portfolio, with his immigration portfolio, finds a way to win what clearly was a stressful victory, but a key hold for the Liberals as they hang on to Central Nova here in mainland Nova Scotia. Now back to you.
All right, Paul, quite a race in that riding. Let's head over now to Anne-Marie. And Anne-Marie, I wonder if you guys are taking a poll to see how soon we'll be back together again.
How close those numbers are, guys, right now.
Well, yeah, I just switched. It's very close. Look, when you're dealing with a minority that is this close, you got to look at who your dance partner is. And Marty, you guys were just having a very lively discussion at this end of the table about who that could be.
Yeah, well, right now, it looks like it's the Bloc. And so I go back to my comment earlier about how does that make Western Canada feel? Because, I've heard Bloc MPs stand up in the House of Commons and say really derogatory things about Alberta and the energy sector. So there's that sense right now, is Mark Carney going to owe something to the Bloc? And is that his dance partner? Is it going to be the NDP?
It's going to be the NDP, but they're at 11. They're at 11 seats right now. It requires 12 to get official party status.
Right.
This just in. If they get 11 seats, they're going to have no trouble negotiating official party status anyway, because they'd offer their support to the new minority Liberal government.
But then we're back where we started, and I don't think that's going to do that much to quash Western alienation after the 10 years we just had.
For the reason you gave, Rona,
yes, worse for the Bloc is worse, but the NDP, the NDP is not going to be any better than what we just had for the last 10 years.
But depending on how this goes, I'm wondering, for the Conservatives on the panel here, is Blanchette on the phone with Poilievre right now, accepting those calls, wondering if maybe he's going to be it's not only the Liberals that are facing this question.
We are not going to be in a coalition with separatists.
So then I guess then if that's
what's going to happen here is Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre are going to have to work together. They're going to have to figure out where they have some common ground.
If he stays.
He'll stay.
But
mean, I appreciate the discussion that we're having regarding dance partners, right? I think also this election has been very different, right? Canadians are wanting the parties to work together because we have a significant threat before us. And I think it's very important. I've known Mark Carney from before. He's not the type of person just going to be placating for the sake of who do I work with. This is about dealing with the most consequential threat. And to be honest, I believe it. So this is about working together. We have premiers working together, right? So it's incumbent upon us federally to be working together as well. And I believe that Mark Carney is the right person to do that.
Okay, but this, in Mark Miller's words from earlier tonight, somebody from his own party, he is a rookie. So when you're talking about a minority government like this, this takes politics. That is not an experience. It is a challenge. We've seen people come from outside and land in Ottawa and get chewed up by the gears of bureaucracy. So how does he lead in a situation that right now, look at 157, 148?
The challenge he also has too is the Liberal Party has always been a coalition. I mean, certainly is now with all these NDP voters that have supported it. So he's got the challenge of dance party with the Bloc on the one hand, and then a kind of a dance party inside happening down in the basement of the Liberal Party of Canada, where he's got to find his way to reaching his economic goals, which I think he sincerely believes in, when there may be a lot of people inside his party who might not be, super supportive of some of those things.
James, I want to take that thought bubble that I can see that's about your head and get you to say it out loud. What do you think?
When you're elected into a majority government, then you can kind of plan out your agenda over the course of 36 to 48 months. When you're elected into a minority government, you have to prioritize, and you have to look around the nature of the parliament that's in front of you and where you can get your votes, what requires legislative approval, what you can do by governing council, what you can do through partnership of provinces and do through a Budget Implementation Act. So as a prime minister in a minority government, it'll be incumbent on Prime Minister Carney to say, these are my priorities, and before he puts those priorities out there, do proper consultation and recognize that he doesn't have a majority of the House. He doesn't have a majority of the popular vote. He has an obligation to respect the democratic mandate that is expressed in the entirety of Parliament and work with others in order to get things done. He is correct. Prime Minister Carney is correct that the biggest challenge that Canada will have, at least through calendar 2025 and probably for the next couple of years, is the threat of the abrogation of the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement with the United States, the imposition of tariffs, and the belligerence from the White House. He can find willing partners in good faith in the Conservative Party in order to do certain things that will get Canadian products to global markets to mitigate the risk of Donald Trump's threat on Canada. Conservatives acting in good faith, Liberals acting with open minds and in good faith can get a lot of good things done for the country, but it requires people to come together and for Mr. Carney to come forward and to be prepared to do that.
Okay, so for those of you who know Mr. Poilievre, then can Canada First and Canada Strong work together?
Yes.
Yes, but I would say this. I think what we're going to need is for Mr. Carney to come a little bit further to the center, because right now, as you said, he's got that basement full of left-wing socialist voters that have got him there.
I'm not sorry,
NDP voters.
I'm not sure that's an exact quote.
NDP voters, I'll paraphrase. And he, for instance, his platform is more spending than Trudeau ever did. He also has a higher industrial carbon tax and then a carbon tariff at the border. And so when you look at tax increases and big spending, I don't think many Canadians want that. Definitely no Conservatives want it. So maybe he can back away from some of those things and work with Pierre on some of those things.
And maybe I'm romantic, or maybe I'm naive, or maybe I'm both. But it has been said, and it's true, it's one of my favorite quotes in politics, it's remarkable what you can achieve if you don't care who gets the credit. And if the purpose of Parliament is to nation build, and the purpose of Parliament is to bolster the Canadian risks against a president of the United States who today is joking about us being a 51st state, who mocks our country, who mocks our prime minister. If the threat against Canada from the president of the United States isn't enough for us to work together, if you don't care who gets the credit through 2025 and 2026, let's talk politics in 2027, 2028. But for now, let's get through this threat. Let's get through this. Let's make the country stronger and work together. I think that's what Canadians want more than anything out of this parliament.
But you're already seeing this right now. Yeah. And the thing is, and I have to agree with James on this, absolutely. That's what Canadians expect. If you don't, guess what? Next election, they're going to send you a stronger list. I think that's
right. I've always thought James is a real romantic, I have to say. I think he's really romanticizing the situation here, because when we talk about belligerent, really, that's a word that most of us would associate with Pierre Poilievre, and I think it's going to be really difficult to try and make that dance party work in the House of Commons.
I'm going to point everybody's attention to what we're looking at on the screen right now. We're talking about Mr. Poilievre working with Mr. Carney. That may not be the case. Then where do we land? Where does your romantic mindset get us?
The night is young. Well, look, I think Pierre will still win his riding. The people in the district have known him for 20 years and all that. But look, aside from the immediacy of the numbers right now, we're talking about the next 4 years. I think Canadians don't want to go into another election very soon, very quickly. And I think that it's going to be incumbent on Mr. Carney to make those bridges built on sturdy public policy that will be beneficial to all of the country. Like Rhonda, by the way, I am a little bit leery about the Bloc Québécois. I don't doubt what Mr. Mulcair says about Premier Legault in the province of Quebec wanting to do some things that are good for the country and to protect Quebec and all of Canada from the threats of the United States. However, the Bloc Québécois are a different political animal, and their real goal, in my view, are the 2026 provincial elections in the province of Quebec and supporting the province of Québécois and what risk that threatens to the country. But for the rest of this year and early into next year, the two main parties that aspire to govern this country need to make sure that they're working for the benefit of the country, not for the benefit of the next election campaign. Because Canadians don't want a campaign. They want this country strong and united to push back against Donald Trump. That means getting Canadian and Alberta resources to global markets. It means Conservatives recognizing the shortcomings of their campaign. And little things like, for example, boots, not suits. Successful political parties invite people in. You don't push people away. You don't say, what's wrong with wearing a suit to work every day? I do. What's wrong with working in the professional services? I understand what Mr. Poilievre was saying in the campaign about boots, not suits, but how about boots and suits? How about making sure the political party grows? You don't grow and succeed as a political party if you're saying to cohorts of Canadians, you're not welcome here. You grow the political party by welcoming people in. And so that small example magnified across the country, if the Conservatives do that and the Liberal Prime Minister, I think, makes appropriate, recalibrations given the results tonight that it's not a majority, I think we can't put country first. And we can't put.
And also, let's not forget, some of the other voters, when it comes to progressive voters, they were very concerned with what Pierre Poilievre was saying. And so some of that NDP vote did obviously shift also because of him. And that's something that he has to also realize as well, is how do you speak to all Canadians? Okay. I just think we do have a very good opportunity right now. Canadians are not going to tolerate political infighting when you have a significant threat like this. And I think Mark Carney has been right. He's demonstrated, even the little time that he has been as Prime Minister, how he's brought people together, focused on diversifying our market. And I appreciate the thing about spending more. I think he's got a proven track record of proper investment. We need to grow our economy. We need to diversify significantly. And one of the key things that Mark Carney's talked about is the interprovincial trade barriers. We need to get that sorted out and also diversify our markets to Europe, and also let's not forget the Pacific as well.
I know this conversation is going to continue off camera.
To Natalie Johnson, who is standing by in University of Rosedale with Chrystia Freeland. And Natalie, I'm wondering what kind of role Chrystia Freeland sees in Mark Carney government now.
Well, that's a great question, Omar. I'll ask her that right now. She would, of course, have been an intimidating incumbent to go up against a political powerhouse who played a role in triggering this snap election. Chrystia, congratulations on reclaiming your very red riding here at University of Rosedale. But we know that the picture is not quite as merry across the GTA. Can you tell me how you're feeling right now about how slim the minority standing is at this moment and the GTA seats that the Liberals may or may not hold?
Natalie, I think it's important for us to have a little bit of perspective when we look at this result. And for me, I look back to as recently as December, when everyone was writing the Liberal Party off. People were even talking about whether we would retain official party status in the next election. And so tonight, when it is clear that we are going to form government, from my perspective, that is an outstanding result. And I do want to say Prime Minister Mark Carney has been doing a fabulous job in his brief weeks as Prime Minister and leading this campaign. This is a great night for the Liberal Party, but even more importantly, this is a great night for Canada, because I really believe the ballot question has been who can fight for Canada, who can stand up to Donald Trump, who can defend our sovereignty, who can defend our national economic interests, and who can seize this moment to build Canada? And Canadians have answered.
You told me earlier today that when you resigned your role as Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister back in December, there were some people who were upset with you for that decision. Does this feel like a redemption story for you here today, now that you see how well the Liberals have done compared to where they were at the end of last year? And what role do you think you might play in Mark Carney's next government?
I knew the morning that I resigned that it was the hardest thing I had ever done in my professional life, and I knew it was the right thing to do. And my conviction around that has just grown with every passing day.
Do you anticipate staying on as Transport Minister, and what role might you play in the Trump tariff discussion?
Have elected a fabulous Prime Minister, someone who has done a terrific job in the role of Prime Minister in the weeks he's been doing it, and who has led an astonishing campaign. The ball is in his court now, and I have to say, for me, tonight is about really being so grateful to the people of University of Rosedale that they've elected me for a tough time, thanking them for the amazing conversations we had, and the very strong result, and the strong vote of confidence we had in this community, and the great work of all my supporters.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Krista Freeland. We'll move on to the University of Rosedale riding. Krista Freeland had maintained throughout this campaign that the big ballot question here was about the future of Canada itself. We now know that the Liberals will, of course, hold a fourth term in power. Remains to be seen exactly what Krista Freeland's position in the next cabinet will be. We will be learning that in the days and weeks ahead. Back to you, Mark and Bashi.
Thank you so much. And I just want to get your reaction, your thoughts to what Christopher Freeland has just said. I mean, it's remarkable when you go back and think about the role that she's played in this moment.
She set it all off, right? When she talks about people writing them off in December, I mean, one of them to a degree was Christopher Freeland herself. It was interesting to hear her comments about how hard that day was. If you think, I think it was December 6th, if I remember right, she, put out a letter on the day that the fall economic statement was to be delivered, essentially saying she was at a crossroads with the Prime Minister about the direction of the country, and that was the beginning of the end of Justin Trudeau. Who then, a month later stepped down and set in motion the events that ultimately contributed in large part to Mark Carney winning. Obviously, another part was Donald Trump, but I think, interesting to hear those comments, and certainly she was a huge part of this story. If I could just quickly direct our attention to the board and where things stand, it is very fluid, but it has also been incredibly tight over the last number of minutes. We're seeing a little bit of a widening, but boy, oh boy, when they were both in the 150s, for example, even the popular vote, I think there's not a huge difference right now between the Conservatives and the Liberals. So much like the polling firms and including Nanos Research had predicted, this is an incredibly tight race in the public opinion polls, or pardon me, in the popular vote, but also in seats. And just the construct there of what this might mean, particularly if the Liberal number ends up being lower than 160, if the Conservatives continue to eke up. Right now it's going in the opposite direction, but the actual numbers are going to tell a big story as well. Heather Butts is standing by to continue that part of this conversation and take a closer look at what the numbers say to us. Heather?
Oh, well, you nailed it, Vashi. The numbers are telling an incredible story this evening, and that is the tight race and how things are ebbing and flowing this evening, but really just how close it is, Nick. But we want to take a look now at the seat change, because we're looking at the national standings and how things are changing as the night goes on, and changing from what our government once was. So if we take a look at the national standings, of course, the Liberals right now leading and elected in 161 ridings, the Conservatives 146, but Nick, the Bloc Québécois and the NDP, a pretty significant number there.
Absolutely, both are down, and the NDP not in party status yet.
And Nick, looking at this one, tell us a little bit more. We're seeing the NDP around 5%.
Yeah, I checked the history books. If this 5% holds up, it will be the worst showing in the history of the New Democrats. The other worst showing was in the 1993 election, a piece of history that Jagmeet Singh probably doesn't want to be associated with, but
looks like that's where he's at.
No, we'll certainly have to wait and see how he answers to that this evening. But again, some really close numbers here. Carney at 42% and Poilievre at 41%.
Well, think of Pierre Poilievre. Now he can say that he's done better than Stephen Harper, right? Like he might not have been able to form a government, but that's still up in the air. But the thing is that he's done very well. More people have voted Conservative in this election than in any election in recent memory.
Yeah, there's certainly an underlying story there. Let's take a look now at the gains and losses. So the Liberals up 1 seat, and the Conservatives, as we were just talking about them and their popularity, up 7 seats, Nick.
Yeah, I think for the Liberals, even just up one, considering they were at a near-death experience in terms of where they were at, when they were looking at a Conservative supermajority, being only up one is probably decent. For the Conservatives, they can claim that they're making headways not just in the popular vote, but also in the number of seats. But bad news for Blanchette and bad news for Singh.
Certainly. And Nick, we're seeing an interesting story play out in Ontario, typically helping to decipher who wins an election. Right now, though, it looks like it's who's going to, have a minority majority. They're making that ruling. The Liberals down 12 seats.
Yeah, we talked a lot about vote efficiency and how popular support would convert into seats. It looks like the Conservative ground game in Ontario was very effective at converting their level of support, even though it was trailing the Liberals, into seats in battleground Ontario.
Okay, let's move over to Western Canada and see how things have changed there. Potential seat change for the Conservative, gaining 8 seats in the West. The Liberals potentially gaining 6 seats, and the NDP, Nick, take a look at that, down possibly 10 seats.
Yes, we were talking about the feeding frenzy in British Columbia with both the Liberals and the Conservatives going into British Columbia repeatedly because they saw the NDP vulnerability. That's manifested himself, and both the Conservatives and the Liberals have benefited.
Okay, Nick, so let's take a look now right across the country as we see this, the potential seat change right across the country from Atlantic Canada to the West Coast. What stands out the most to you on this one, Nick?
Well, what really stands out is you can see the Liberals picking up in Quebec, Conservatives in Ontario and the West, and the NDP just basically a setback everywhere.
Okay, a really interesting story playing out here this evening, especially for the NDP. And we'll see a little bit later on, where those votes really went and where their supporters went. And again, right now, CTV News declaring a Liberal minority. Back to you.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. Let's bring in Corey, Kathleen, and Scott right now. I want to go back to the story that's developing and emerging right now in Pierre Poilievre's writing of Carleton. We heard James Moore say just minutes ago he thinks that Pierre Poilievre will capture his writing. What's going through your mind, Corey, as you're watching these results?
I'm a lot less certain that that's going to be the case because I look at all of the Ottawa seats and there's some of the biggest numbers that the Liberals have actually landed in the entire country. The 613 area code isn't just going Liberal, it's going Liberal huge. It's going like over, averaging over 60%, with the Conservatives landing in the 30s and in some ridings, the 20s. We saw this happen in the last provincial election. We were doing very well in the Ottawa area for a long time, and then we just saw those numbers go down. We lost 5 seats in the region, and that's in the provincial race where the provincial party was doing better, where the NDP were doing better, where the Liberals were doing worse. You look at these numbers, and I think he could be in real trouble. Because it's not just Ottawa proper seats, which are dominated by public servants, which is places like Stittsville and that riding. It's also the countryside. The Liberals pulled off a big win in Glengarry Prescott Russell, for instance. That went almost 60% Conservative in the last provincial election just a couple of months ago. So something is happening in Ottawa. Something is happening that is looks unlike the rest of the province in terms of the numbers. And look, at the end of the day, Carleton is an Ottawa seat. It's a suburban Ottawa seat. So if it holds the way these other ridings in the area are holding, he's going to have a real fight on his hands.
Kathleen, I want to talk about Jagmeet Singh.
Yeah.
And your thoughts as you look at these numbers, particularly you were the one who earlier mentioned the sort of less than favorable showing in Ontario Ontario in particular, some really solid seats for the New Democrats. What are you thinking about right now?
Yeah, it's looking a lot like 1993 when Audra McLaughlin, leader of the NDP at the time, brought her party down, lost party status, down to 9 seats again. Being shut out of Ontario hurts. It looks right now like we will not pick up our Windsor West, our Hamilton Centre, our London Fanshawe. That's not great for New Democrats. There's still a lot of hope to be held for British Columbia. We have a lot of New Democratic seats that are leaning or looking, small numbers of polls there, but they're looking good. Obviously, Cowich and Courtney Alberni, a few others in the North Island, which I wasn't sure was going to go away, is leaning our way. But certainly, New Democrats flock to other parties. I'm not sure if it was completely. I do think that the Conservatives pulled some hard vote in some areas too, but Liberals were the benefiter for sure. And right now, it seems like Canadians have hired Mr. Carney to take on Trump, but those votes are on loan. He borrowed those votes. And if he fails to actually deliver on the U.S. question, those votes will hopefully come back. But there's going to be a lot of rebuilding if New Democrats don't form party status. Actually, I want to pick up something quickly on your other panel that was saying about party status. And there is an opportunity, I think, for Liberals to actually think about giving New Democrats, having the grace to give New Democrats party status. And I'll tell you why. Because in a minority parliament, all the busy work happens in committees. And if they don't have a New Democrat on those committees will be very problematic. It also means they won't have a New Democrat on the internal board of Carney, which is a really inside baseball kind of talk.
You're making the case.
This kind of stuff that actually will help the parliament run more smoothly. Listen, he's a neophyte politician. He's going to need help, to make parliament work.
So there was a point a few minutes ago, Scott, where it was like a dead heat almost. Like the Liberal edge was very small. That has since amplified, right? You're looking right now at 164 seats to 146. And this is, not a conclusive number at this point. What type of minority government does that look like to you versus, neck and neck?
I think the plurality is going to be reasonably solid by the time we're done the evening. And Corey and I were talking, Kathleen off camera. When you look at the effect of the advance ballots coming in toward the end of the evening, you look at a bunch of those close ridings in the 905, Bramptons, a couple of other spots. I think you'll see that the Liberal plurality will firm up. To me, the issue of the minority is really about Carney and his agenda. And, looking at what the other panel was talking about when you thought these questions of how do you manage Trump, how do you take on these challenges? I mean, let's be crystal clear with this. Mark Carney, as Prime Minister, inherits a country in crisis, right? We are in a trade war with our largest partner, with the world's largest economy, with the world's largest military. Our security and economic arrangements are in question. We are going to have to ask our Prime Minister to make decisions that may be broadly unpopular, or at least specifically unpopular in certain regions, certain people, certain places, certain sectors. That's going to be part of the job of Prime Minister, is to take some unpopular decisions. It is much harder to do that when you're in a minority parliament. But when folks are saying, well, this means he's going to feel beholden to Quebec, so therefore he won't do pipelines, I think that's a complete misreading of Mark Carney. I think he has all the potential and was on course when we've been in a majority situation to be a radical politician, someone who's willing to undertake really quite sweeping change and re-engineer the economy, our relationship with the United States, and move on these things in a sense of crisis, and take the permission that crisis sometimes grants you to do things like energy infrastructure and internal trade barriers. Now, how will you do that in the minority parliament? I think one of the questions is, will the Conservatives out of reflex always vote against everything? If he isolates an issue and says, I want to do this on energy, and I know that the Bloc won't love it, but why in hell can't I get some Conservative votes for this? Because are the Conservatives now just going to focus on, well, how soon can we end this government and try to force another election? And the other, whale of a story that is yet to come this evening is, will Pierre Poilievre still be leader? Will he hang on to his rival? And how might that affect the management of the parties in a minority parliament? So there's a lot of cards to be played.
And Scott, as you're speaking, we're just getting some results from the westernmost part of the country, from Sandwich Gulf Islands, which of course is Elizabeth May's riding, and the CTV News Decision Desk can now tell you that she is keeping her riding. Sandwich Gulf Islands. Chuckles from Scott.
Come on, there was a competition there.
The whole
evening has been a game of 52 card pickup, and she hangs on to her and Elizabeth May hangs on.
Let's go live there. Let's take a listen in.
Right, so obviously the audio not that great, but you can tell from her facial expressions that she's jubilant, she's celebrating. Obviously secures her political future to a certain extent. Kathleen, if we can go back to you, speaking of political futures, and speaking of Jagmeet Singh, does he stay or does he go? Because I mean, we've been talking a lot about the NDP and the collapse in their support. To be fair, he was able to advance significant causes in this parliament. What happens to him now?
Yeah. Well, I think there's going to be a lot of reflection, which is a hot answer. But I mean, holding on to incumbents is not a high bar. And certainly party status is a low bar. I think we need to get back to a party that wants power, not just influence, and a party that works for that and represents working people across this country and brings forth social democratic values, because these are the values of Canadians. New Democrats have fought throughout the years for the programs, the social programs that Canadians care most about: pensions, healthcare, things like dental care. And so there's going to be some introspection, and I really think that Jagmeet will go down in the history books. He has done some incredible things in this past parliament, but the party's going to have to look at some serious renewal.
All right, and Scott, I just want to pick up on Christopher Lunt's comments and just your thoughts on that. What kind of role do you see for her in a Carney government? We know that Donald Trump has used some colorful language to describe her, so not the greatest relationship there. How can you bring unity within these former Liberal leadership contenders? How does Mark Carney do that, and also give her some kind of cabinet role that she'll be happy with?
Look, I actually think it's less challenging than you might think. Christian Feely is very capable. She's a great minister. She's a great Ottawa minister. She's a great boardroom minister. Fixing problems, managing government itself and the apparatus of government. I think she's weaker when we see her as a public communicator, someone that's trying to carry in some public consensus. She's not her strength, even as we saw in that interview, to be honest with you. And so I think, to be blunt, he'll find a place where he can harness her talents in his cabinet. But I don't think, I don't think she's going to be point on the Canada-US file, as an example. I don't think she's going to be point on the energy file.
I think we want to head over to, let's take a look right now where things stand in Pierre Poilievre's riding. You can see 40 of 266 polls reporting. It is a close race. 1,500 votes separate right now the Liberal candidate Bruce Vanjoy and Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party. Burnaby Central here, we've got Jagmeet Singh's riding with 39 of 200 polls reporting, and Mr. Singh, leader of the NDP, right now sitting in third place. Certainly, Omar, if that is solidified and we declare a loss for Jagmeet Singh, and there is a loss of official party status as well, his future is very much in peril. I would say also another key NDP riding that Kathleen mentioned, Hamilton Centre, Matthew Green, the incumbent NDP candidate, also taking a loss, or at least poised to take a loss there. Let's go over to Heather Wright, who's actually in that riding now. Hey, Heather.
All right, looks like Heather White is standing by. Heather, can you hear us?
When that happens, it's going to be great. I promise. Yeah.
She will have lots to say when we do reach her finally. But if you're Jagmeet Singh tonight and looking at these numbers, I mean, he's not even trailing it. He's in number 3 spot in that riding that he represents. So not great news for him. Hamilton Centre, we can see here that the Liberal has a 537 seat vote lead right now. And I'm being told that we do have Heather right with us. Heather, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so tell us what's going on where you are.
Well, so we're here. I'm just being a little quiet because the candidate here, the NDP candidate, Matthew Green, he just arrived. He is going to lose his riding license likely here in Hamilton Centre. We've heard from Jagmeet Singh. He was in this area, in these Ontario ridings, practically his ways of this campaign, trying to hold these seats, telling his supporters to hold the line here. But this, along with a number of other NDP seats here in Southern Ontario, look like they will be forbidden. And so we're hearing from Matthew Green now. He's speaking to his supporters a little while ago, said it felt like a funeral here. And so this, again, is part of that broader story of the NDP collapse here in Ontario and in other ridings across the country.
All right, thank you so much. This is a huge upset just following along this storyline of NDP losses. Nikki Ashton, a really long time NDP MP in the Manitoba riding of Churchill, taking a loss to her Liberal competitor, Rebecca Chartrand. That is a significant loss. When I had spoken to people in the NDP campaign, they thought that that was potentially a pretty safe seat for them. So that's a big deal. Another big upset for the NDP over in Edmonton, one of those sort of central Edmonton, downtown Edmonton ridings, which has kind of gone NDP at times, including in the last election, now flipping to Kerry Diot, who ran for mayor, I believe, also sat as an MP at some point. Pretty well-known conservative figure in Edmonton, Omar, but a big hit for the NDP there as well.
And official party status is significant. I mean, the NDP sitting right now, again, just right now, at 8 seats, official party status is 12. It's not just a fancy title. I mean, this
comes with
resources, budgets, money, exactly, and significantly increases the party's ability to advance their causes, public discourse, that sort of thing. So it's not just a title, it does carry some weight to it, and that's why it is important to reach at least that 12-seat threshold in whatever parliament you happen to be in.
One piece of one piece of quick good news for them, in this long tail now of bad news, Alexandre Benoit re-elected to their lone seat in Quebec, we were just able to declare.
That's great news for them. I believe they have Colton Prell right now, if I'm not mistaken. All right, Colton Prell standing by. Tell us, Colton, where you are and what you're hearing.
Yeah, we're in the Conservative HQ here, and the reactions tonight have been stark. We've seen intense anger, especially when we called the result before we even had minority or majority. But since then, that emotion has quelled, and it's turned into this level of disbelief. The number of supporters that I've talked to here that are stunned that they find themselves in what they feel like is essentially the same situation they were in 5 weeks ago is significant. And in some cases, that disbelief is literal. When we saw the closing of those polling numbers, of those result numbers, when they were both in the 50s, for example, there were chants of bring it home here. There were supporters who, despite us having called the results, genuinely still believed that this was up for grabs and that this was still available to them. That has subsided a little bit here, but what we're left with is massive questions around the future of the party. Everyone I speak to still says they feel like Pierre Poilievre is the leader for the Conservatives and they have their faith behind him. But at the same time, they're looking at the results coming in Carleton and again, but wondering how they can be in such a tight race. It's been an array of emotions throughout the night. The party officials who I've spoke to have had a very different reaction. I think it is important to highlight they feel good. I mean, this is obviously not the result that they were looking for, but they are proud of the campaign they run. And I think that speaks to why this level of disbelief is here. So many of these people were at the rallies, they were surrounded by thousands of other supporters, and they're just having a hard time grasping how what they experienced there could translate into the results they're seeing tonight.
Every single person in that room right now, Colton, is going to be watching to see what happens with Pierre Poilievre in his own riding of Carleton National.
Yeah, edge of your seat stuff. We want to return to that story of the NDP suffering some really significant losses that puts their status as an official party in jeopardy. Jagmeet Singh now in third position in Burnaby Central. his riding. We're waiting to see conclusively what happens there, but it's not looking good for the leader of the NDP. Let's head over to Burnaby, where we find our Judy Trin. She is reporting from the NDP headquarters this evening. Judy, what is the mood there right now? How are they internalizing what we are seeing in the form of these results?
Actually, they are trying to remain upbeat. As you can hear behind me, they are trying to cheer for any positive result that has come in that they see on the board. But let's face it, in Burnaby right now, Jagmeet Singh is polling third. He is far behind the Liberal candidate as well as the Conservative candidate. It's important to point out that these are two relative unknowns. He was the incumbent, he had the brand recognition, and he is in third place at this point. What I can tell you, and what I think is the story, is this collapse of the NDP in Ontario. And what is interesting to me is when you look at where the votes are going, where are the NDP votes going, right? Specifically in Southwest Ontario. What is interesting is that in London, as well as in Windsor, those seats, those NDP seats went to Conservative candidates. And I want to give our viewers a little bit of context. Pierre Poilievre was the last leader to visit Windsor. He actually visited Windsor, but his time on April 11th, but his timing may have been perfect in regards to speaking to the constituents there. He visited Windsor on April 11th. That was the day that the GM plant, electric vehicle plant, CAMI, announced that it was going to go under a partial shutdown, a temporary shutdown. It said it wasn't related to the tariffs, but it was related to declining sales. So once again, he was in that region espousing his message while Carney was in Ottawa, while Jagmeet Singh was also in Ottawa at the time. So whether or not, even despite being the last leader to visit this automotive heartland, the manufacturing heartland of Canada, whether or not he was able to speak most directly to the people. And I think that also the other story that sticks out for me is that the NDP really wanted to talk about the fact that they were endorsed by so many unions, the most unions of any party, despite the fact that Liberals and the Conservatives were actively courting unions that represented more than 1 million workers. But those unions, those unionized workers may not have showed up for them at the polls. Nashi, Omar.
All right, thank you so much, Judy. A lot of different results coming in British Columbia. We're seeing some significant pickups for the Conservatives, but also for the Liberals, all of it at the expense of the NDP. A lot to watch there. It's a very dynamic situation, and it's going to inform where those numbers at the bottom of your screen actually end up over the course of the evening.
Let's get to Heather Butts. She's been tracking the context and all of this, looking at the people behind the numbers. And Heather, what can you tell us?
Well, Omar, we're actually going to pick up on what my colleague Judy Trin was just talking about there, and that is the NDP and how they ended up losing so many votes and where those votes went to. So, Nick, we're going to talk about vote efficiency. What does that mean for our audience?
Well, you have to think of it this way, Heather. The thing is there's popular support, and the thing is that the number of seats you can generate with the votes that you have, the more efficient that you are, the more likely you are to win an election. In this particular campaign, those smaller parties, the NDP and the Bloc, just have been crushed by both the Liberals and the Conservatives.
And let's head to Southwestern Ontario. We're giving you a map, a visual representation of what Judy Trin was just talking about. The fact that the Conservatives have really swept this riding, or excuse me, this region. And this is, as she mentioned, a place where there's a lot of manufacturing jobs. The auto sector is a huge employer in this region.
Yeah, an absolute breakthrough for the Poilievre Conservatives in Southwestern Ontario. And if you remember when at the beginning of the night we were talking about races that were too close to call, it was in this particular region, and what it shows is that the Conservative campaign was able to punch above its weight, explains why it was able to pick up a significant number of seats in Ontario and help them close the gap with the Liberals.
Okay, let's head towards the Kitchener area. Nick, I want to look at this riding. Kitchener Centre, the Conservatives in the lead by 781 votes there over the Green incumbent, Nick.
Yeah. And great news for the Conservatives here, and for the Greens, they don't have a lot of seats to start off with, and losing Kitchener Centre is a significant setback
for a party that's trying to make a breakthrough and actually a party that's really struggling right now.
And Nick, I just want to point out, because we are talking about the NDP in last place in this riding with just 625 votes.
Yeah, and think of it this way. There are a lot of university students who are on there. So the fact that the Greens are losing the seat, the NDP are not doing well, is really indicative of what's happening tonight.
Okay, let's take a look at Kitchener-Conestoga. Two-horse race here, Nick. The Conservatives in the lead by 592 votes over the Liberal incumbent.
This probably speaks to the organization of the ground on that the Conservative campaign has in terms of them challenging to unseat the Liberal incumbent in Kitchener-Conestoga.
Okay, and Nick, let's talk about vote efficiency. That is what we're talking about earlier, about getting out the vote. Just walk us through this. The Conservatives doing quite well.
So yeah, think of it this way. With 49% of the votes in Southwestern Ontario, they won a whopping 83% of the seats. It speaks to the effective targeting, probably the tour of Pierre Poilievre in Southwestern Ontario, and how he was able to convert, a certain number of 49% into like a majority, 8 out of every 10 seats in Southwestern Ontario. And you look at the Liberals, not being as efficient in terms of converting their support into seats.
And we really see that, Nick, especially when we talk about getting out the vote and how they are campaigning across the country. So if we look at the vote value nationally, it's very similar to the polling information, Nick.
Yeah, it is. Except if you're the New Democrats, think of it this way. They only converted, their percentage by 1/3, like 6% to 2% in terms of percentage of seats. It shows how inefficient the New Democrats were.
Certainly a very big story unfolding this evening with the New Democrats, and it is seen right there on that vote efficiency. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. I want to send it to Geneviève Beauchemin, who's at Liberal headquarters right now. And obviously, positive news for the Liberals. If you're a Liberal, seeing the fact that there is, Geneviève, a Liberal government, the fact that it's a minority government certainly doesn't give them the mandate of a majority government. What's the reaction in the room where you are?
Well, there was a lot of cheers and there was some hugging when the announcement was made that it was going to be a Liberal government. The minority part of it is, of course, worry. Some people are just like, I saw some people biting their nails still watching the screen a few moments ago. Now, I do have two Liberal supporters with me, Tyler Robbins and Bernadine Clifford. They actually met door knocking and they met up again tonight. So relationship on the road there that was budding, and then meeting up again here tonight. Just tell me your thoughts about what you saw. I know that you were very emotional.
I was. I came in here tonight unsure, and I'm relieved to see what's happened tonight. I think the right person has been chosen, and I will sleep better.
You were saying that if there wasn't going to go the Liberals' way, you were going to be devastated.
I was going to be a hot crying mess, and I don't know. Yeah, I'm so pleased with the results.
And I know, Tyler, I just wanted to ask you, we're looking at some of the numbers in Carleton and Pierre Poilievre's writing, and we don't know how that's going to end. What do you make of it? I guess that's the next part. Everybody in the room is trying to see what's happening.
I'm very excited about the early numbers. I'm very optimistic. I think it shows that you can't count, Liberals out until the race is actually over. And I do think that Poilievre does have this work cut out for him, and it's very exciting to see. I'm looking forward to how it's going to turn out.
You were both door knocking in the and of course, Mark Carney's writing. Tell me about what people were telling you at the door. What made you hopeful about tonight, even though you're still apprehensive?
Made me hopeful. The positive response that I got at the door, and when I went back to find out whether they had voted today, and got even better responses that they had voted in the advance polls or voted this morning. So yeah, it gave me more hope.
You were talking about the fact that many people had gone to the polls early.
Yeah, exactly. I find that this election in particular is a very important one of our time. And I think the turnout is going to show that. I obviously don't know the numbers up right now, but I think we're going to have a much higher turnout than our last election. And that's a good thing for Canada as a whole, for our democracy, and people getting out to vote is nothing but good things for this country.
I did want to ask, you told me before that both of you had not really been volunteers before. What was it about this particular election?
Yeah, so this one I think is, based on the geopolitical climate that we have, here and abroad, it's a very important election. I have two young daughters at home. I would like to set an example for them and shape a future that I would like them to see Canada as they grow up in.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Geneviève Beauchemin there talking to some Liberal supporters. If popular vote right now because it is telling a fascinating story of the evening. We knew there would be a coalescing of support, according to public opinion polls, behind one of the two parties, Omar. But my goodness, to what degree? Both parties right now have captured more than 40% of the popular vote. I think we're at something like, my eyes are terrible, but I think it's 42.6% compared to 41.9%. We're looking at less than 1%. That divide, that separate these two parties, like this is the last time the Conservatives won a majority government, they were at 39-point-something%. They didn't even eclipse 40%, they've eclipsed it, and they aren't able to form government. This is unreal, actually.
You're absolutely right to point that out. I mean, in any other context, any popular vote number north of 39% would have been majority territory. But the fact that the Conservatives there, you can see 41.9. The numbers are shifting as the votes are being counted. It is just another fascinating storyline in a night of fascinating storylines as these numbers are coming in real time. I want to get to Anne-Marie and her panel right now. Anne-Marie, a couple questions for your panel that I've got for thinking of as we're watching this data come in. Donald Trump, does he see tonight's result of a minority government as a weakness? And is there a scenario to combat that by offering a Conservative a chance to form a cabinet with Mark Carney? Could we see that coalition situation?
I knew you would want to do that. Highly unlikely for a prime minister to invite an opposition member to sit in cabinet. There might be ways to informally work together in Parliament, at committees. There's lots of work to be done at committees together. What this is showing is that, look, I mean, the Conservatives have won almost 30 seats. They've grown their base. They've won more votes than since 1988. So their showing is good, but it's very frustrating to not form a majority. And the Liberals are coming back with a few more seats thanks to the collapse of the NDP and the Bloc. So I think everybody's got to come back a bit humbled and hopefully come back to Parliament, recognizing that these are the two parties that really need to work together if we want to do something on the economy and we want to deal with the issues of trade and tariffs. Because I don't know if we're going to find the dance partner with the Bloc or the NDP, potentially. So let's hope that both leaders can focus on the economy. But no, I don't think you would see a prime minister invite someone from the opposition to sit in a cabinet. It would be a much more informal type of arrangement.
And let me throw this in to our resident romantic, and that would be James. You called yourself that, not me. Is this an enemies to lovers situation, if we could put it in a...
No, I mean, like, 4 months ago, Pierre Poilievre was going to win a big majority, and he didn't.
Yeah.
3 weeks ago, Mark Carney was going to win a big majority, and he didn't. So I think humble was the right word.
Right.
Both parties, had outstanding turnouts in terms of the popular vote mandates that they have. It's a question of the efficiency of the vote where it's placed around the country. In terms of go forward, I mean, look, every single day we all wake up and we pour through the headlines and we see different narratives from Donald Trump about, why he's putting in what tariffs or what he's not. He's going after China, then he's backing away. It's about fentanyl, and it's not. It's about borders, it's not. It's about capturing an auto sector back in the United States and repatriating investment. On a day-to-day basis, you kind of don't know. But I think as has been shown in the past, Ron and I sat on an after council with the former government because we put country first. And I think that, any government in this certain circumstance where it looks like the Conservative Party has a massive high new floor in terms of what its vote base supports across the country. Pierre Poilievre did extraordinarily well in terms of the number of Canadians who voted for the Conservative Party, the best result since I was, 12 years old. And that's an incredible accomplishment, but it's not efficient, and it's more rural, and it's more working class, and it didn't quite have the efficiency in terms of seats. We don't count votes, we count seats. So there's work to be done there in the long term. But yeah, I mean, you have an absolute collapse in the Democratic vote and follow the Bloc Québécois vote, and you see what you see in terms of the seat count. So yeah, I mean, look, there's lots to go through here in terms of the results and what it means in the long term. But specifically with Canada, US, I think Prime Minister Carney obviously has an obligation. He asked for a mandate to become Prime Minister to deal with the United States. And there are some really smart, thoughtful people out there who have experience with this administration from 16 to 20 and the current dynamic, who he can call upon in order to try to navigate us forward for the next couple of years.
And I agree with that. But I also, I think the obligation is on Prime Minister Carney. But the obligation is also on the other members of the House of Commons who are not in government, because we are facing a national crisis. We are facing an existential threat to our economy, and so it's really important for all the the members of the House of Commons to be united as often as they can. So Carney has to reach out, but also the Conservatives, I think, have to reach back too. And I think that's really what Canadians want to see is not not a relitigation of the election and a constant at each other's throats about everything. I think we want to see our parliament working together.
Okay, let me ask, I'll let you jump in a second, but let me ask you or rather this question, James, and that is, when we've seen how Pierre Poilievre is in opposition for these last 10 years, now we're talking about humbling on both sides. What does that look like now when we're debating? What does that look like when we're trying to get things passed? You know, is he able to do that kind of a pivot?
Well, you mentioned that Mark Carney should reach out and Pierre should reach back. But also it has to go the other way. So we've got this split in the country. The issue of tariffs and Trump are important for a lot of people. The issue of affordability is important for a lot of people. So Mark Carney's platform was one of big spending and new taxes. So we also need him to work with Pierre on those issues and a new budget. So there has to be the tariff issue addressed, there has to be the national unity issue addressed, there has to be the resource economy issues addressed, there has to be taxation addressed, addressing the deficit. So all of these things fall amongst this split that feels like it's almost down the middle from a popular vote point of view. And both leaders are going to have to come together and work on these together.
While those two leaders are trying to work together and to figure this piece out, what happens with the NDP? We have Jagmeet Singh, who's currently sitting in third place in his riding. Who and what does the NDP need to do next, huh?
No, wiped out in Ontario, and people like Nikki Ashton losing their seats. This is a really tough year.
Brian Massey, Windsor West. What does that say when someone?
Brian Massey's been there for 20 years, and I know no one who's supported the auto sector more than Brian Massey. And yet we talked a lot about the GTA and the efficiency of the Liberal vote there, and that was proven tonight. But talk about a stealth operation. I don't think anybody saw the Conservatives running the table in Southwestern Ontario. They just did. So it's an extraordinary result on their part. And it reminds us that you can have the support of all of the union leaders, but that doesn't necessarily translate at all into the votes of the union members who were showing up in large numbers for Poilievre's rallies because he was talking their language.
What did they see in Pierre Poilievre that they didn't see in their NDP representatives?
I think that the NDP have become a little bit self-satisfied with the support of the union leaders. And for them, that was going to be enough and would translate into votes, but it doesn't. And that's one of the things that they have to learn. I also think that there's a little bit of a lesson there for Mr. Poilievre and his way of dealing with things, because there is a little bit of you have to be careful what you wish for in this, because they went after Jagmeet Singh with tons of money. They attacked him very personally, calling him sellout Singh and things that were a lot worse than that. And they went after him headlong. And a part of this result is that people who would have otherwise voted for the NDP went over to the Liberals and probably gave Mr. Carney that boost, that tiny boost, because the numbers up there, Jim said it earlier in the evening. I don't remember too many people, calling for that level of vote for the Conservatives in Atlantic Canada. I don't remember too many posters saying there was going to be a tie vote. I might be mistaken, but I don't think I saw that. So, there's a little bit of a lesson there for how the game is played. It plays into what I was saying before. Are we going to be able to get out of that constant attack mode? I'm not convinced. There are other partners. He can't become a former. Carney could never become a former partner with the Bloc. That's toxic. He's got 8 or so NDPers. He's got Elizabeth May. And is he going to be able to find enough support on a cause-by-cause basis with the Bloc to be able to get rid for a year or two? I think so. I think anybody who tries to provoke the fall of this new government rapidly is going to pay a very heavy political price.
If we're going to take a closer look at the NDP and then rebuilding, what and who do they need to do that?
Well, there are good people out there, and I know some of the names that have been thought of and courted. I'll give you one. I mean, the dream candidate for a lot of the people I know in the NDP would be somebody of the caliber of Valerie Plante, who has announced she's not running again as mayor of Montreal.
very progressive, politically bilingual, deep experience in administration. That's somebody of that caliber. She's not in the game right now, but I mean, I don't even know if she'd be interested in going to the party. But people in the party look at her as the exemplar of the type of person they would love to be able to have as leader.
Carney, you wanted to jump in earlier. What do you want to say?
No, I think one thing is very important. We have to look at the state of our politics and where we're going. We've gotten very negative. I'm actually being polite when I say negative. It's gotten really bad. And I've sat in the House of Commons for a long time, being trying to talk with people. And I want to say that there's been great cooperation. Ron and James both at times work together. He's been on committees to give us advice. I've been in the Canada-US committee, both Trump administration. We were in, I want to leave the US when President Trump got elected the first time at the RIBC. So there's examples where we can work together. But the thing is Republicans can't be just voting against it just for the sake it's us, right? When there's good policies in place, we got to be able to work together, and we have to bring the temperature down a bit. This is what Canadians are expecting of us. So if we can do this, this is an amazing opportunity to bring back that unity. And here's the thing, though: this is what with the best defense against Trump, showing unity. It worked the first time.
Sure.
And we have to do it again. If we don't, we're giving advantage to President Trump. And I'm confident that Prime Minister Carney will be able to bring people together. But at the same time, yes, there's going to be a lot of work on all sides.
So, yeah, go ahead, Kristen.
Well, I was going to say, I think that elections are always about optimism versus pessimism in lots of ways. And I think the reason that Mark Carney won the election is largely because he was very optimistic about the future. And he was talking about what could be done. And so the challenge in the House of Commons, I think Harge is totally right about that, is a shift on the, in the kind of amongst the conservative leadership to start trying to be positive and thinking about being optimistic about the country again, not just for the sake of being united, but I think, for the sake of, if they want to be successful again in the future, they can't be so dark.
I think the polling did show, if I recall, during the election, that the majority of people that were voting for the Conservatives were voting with hope. That's what it showed. And that a big group of people voting Liberal were voting with fear because of Trump and tariffs. So I'm not saying one is better or different than the other, different motivations, and we are where we are. And so,
and the results would back that up. When one person would see as voting for fear, the other person seeing as hope. I think you could flip those back and forth.
Yeah.
And that's what
they self-identified that way, though, right? As voting for hope as opposed to voting for fear. That's how they self-identified. Having said that, we are where we are, and this is a very tight parliament. And people are going to have to figure out how to work together. So whether it's Carney figuring out what's in the Conservative platform that I feel comfortable with.
Front loaded.
Right, exactly. And what is, and Peter looking at the Carney platform, what's in it that there's stuff on tariffs, there's stuff on cooperation with other countries to create different trade pacts. There's things in there that we know that hopefully they can find some common ground.
So in the last little decade, we're going to have to get rid of all that language.
Well, let's just, we've all been.
I mean, honestly, if you don't,
it's not legislature. We've all been in parliament and a legislature. Yeah. And there's a reason why you're one sword length, two sword lengths away from each other. That's right. It's and there's a reason why the turnout is what it is and the engagement is what it is. So you can look at it negatively that, it's divisive. It is divisive, but it's also been extremely engaging. People actually know platforms, they know policies, they read them, they got out to vote. Young people got out to vote, across the demographic. I think there's this silver lining here. I know we're divided, we're going to have to work together, but I love that it was such an engaging election. I think that's healthy for democracy and it's healthy for the country. I'm very sad to see what happened with the NDP. A lot of really good people, really good parliamentarians lost tonight. And that's unfortunate, and they'll have to go through a leadership race. Because I do think we're healthier with a multi-party system.
That's what I was going to ask you. I know people have had their say, and this is what it looks like, but we're not used to being sort of a two-party run country. We're used to more diversity and more of a mix, more of a salad.
Yeah, but it's true the province is divided, relatively close in seats, 41 popular vote, divided. However, about a third of Canadians in the span of the past 6 months, a third went from voting for Pierre Poilievre to voting for Mark Carney, and then in the end, kind of splitting in the end. But a third of Canadians have switched their votes around depending on the dynamic. That's not a divided country. That's a country that has differences, but differences of emphasis and choosing between. And I think we actually had two very strong, effective, honorable choices in Prime Minister. In Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre, two very different people, personalities, presentation, emphasis, but two very good choices. And I think a lot of Canadians didn't vote for one because they hated the other. They voted for one because they thought that person was better than the other. And so when you have a third of the voting population swaying as we've seen in the past 3 months, that's not a deeply divided country. It's a country trying to sort out the right answer and the right outcome in order to deal with contemporary challenges.
Now the question is, are the Conservatives going to elect a new leader? I mean, that's a question obviously for another day for Conservatives, and we will find out then. Do the Conservatives want to choose a more pessimistic, kind of a dark path, or do they want to choose an optimist? And I think that is also going to be kind of in the next step here, going to be part of the puzzle of how the parliament works.
Jim, I guess this last point to you. So when Mr. Poilievre comes out tonight, if he comes out tonight to give a speech, because we know that this count is going to be long. I mean, they could still be counting even when we're off the air. When does that need to start? When does that reaching out need to start? What kind of language do we need to see in here?
I mean, look, we'll see the full composition of parliament. There are about, I think, 20 or 30 ridings in British Columbia that were within a couple of hundred votes. There's a 9-seat margin here. Pierre Poilievre's own riding, because of this gimmick these people have of having 90 names in the ballot, and you have to hand count them. So people are going through these massive scrolls of ballots. It's physically a problem. But look, the work starts, I think, now. He's probably on the phone talking to people now, or thinking about and analyzing where he wants to be, what he wants to do. And also, I think on a personal basis, we don't talk about this a lot because I think there's a barrier here about these things and respecting people's privacy. But Pierre Poilievre has a young family. He's been at this for over 21 years. He has had extraordinarily successful results tonight. He's added to the seat counts. He got more votes than Stephen Harper ever got as a percentage of the population of people. And Stephen Harper won 3 governments. Pierre fell short tonight. But there's every reason to believe that Pierre, looking ahead to 2000 and the next campaign, whatever that is, 2029, by then, the NDP will have a new leader. By then, Donald Trump will be gone. By then, Mark Carney will have a track record of successes and failures that he can talk about. The dynamic will be completely different. And if the Conservative Party rallies around Pierre, and Pierre is humble and honest about the shortcomings of this campaign and why he didn't quite get to where he wanted to get, then I think there's every reason why Pierre Poilievre should stay as leader, and we'll have success in the future.
Okay, I'm going to let you sip that coffee while it is still hot, and I'm going to throw it back to Omar and Ashley. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Anne-Marie. Lots of things to keep our eyes on, just jumping off that point that James was making and Christy before him. I think we're also paying very close attention to what does happen in Pierre Poilievre's riding, because all of what James laid out is true, the increase in the share of the popular vote and popularity for the party writ large. But if Pierre Poilievre ends up having a tough time in his own riding, that may inform the discussion of future leadership in a little bit of a different way. We're looking at some numbers for potential seat changes in Atlantic Canada, where I think the flow of advance votes and the counting of them has swung things back towards the Liberals' way. Todd Battis is with us from Halifax, I believe, and he'll have some more insight on this for us. Todd?
Yeah, hi, Vashi. And we talked a lot about this at the outset of the show, when it looked like there were some real positive gains being made by the Conservatives. And then as the night progressed, those numbers seemed to shift a bit. And at the end of it, when you look at the seat change in Atlantic Canada, we just had the board there, it was the Liberals picking up a seat and the Conservatives losing a seat. Here is a riding that exemplifies that. This is the riding of St. Margaret's South Shore. I think we have it that we can show the details of it. And this was Conservative Rick Perkins' riding. He was the incumbent, and he lost by a huge amount in the end. With still one poll remaining, Jessica Fancy Landry, the Liberal candidate, leads by just shy of 6,700 votes. So that was one of those ridings that we talked about at the beginning of the night that the Conservatives would have really loved to have hung on to. But there was a late surge in numbers there, and it really stacked up. There was another one that I'm watching quite closely, and that's in Newfoundland, Terra Nova, the peninsulas. Last time I checked, with one poll remaining, Liberal Anthony Germain was up by a few dozen votes. So that may get us into the situation with recount. I can't recall the details on what that takes to kickstart that, but that's certainly one that we'll be looking at, and there might be some movement there as well. All right, let's check out the situation in Montreal with Mitsumi.
Todd, let's take a look at what's happening in Quebec tonight. The Bloc had a bad night, but it wasn't the kind of collapse that the NDP is seeing. The Liberals have made gains, probably about 10 seats at the end of the night. The Bloc has lost 11. But what was so interesting in this campaign in Quebec is that it seems that people decided not to vote for a party that they really cared for, which is the Bloc, for fear of what was happening in the world outside Quebec. And as a result of that, language wasn't the issue it usually is here in Quebec. There was a lot of concern about Mark Carney's ability to speak French, but it was interesting to see how many Quebecers said, you know what, his French is good enough. And it didn't really matter because of all the other more pressing issues. The Liberals did make gains right across the province, in the Laurentians, in the North Shore, and the South Shore, and the area between Montreal and Quebec City, most of them at the expense of the Bloc. Thérèse de Blainville, north of Montreal, wasn't upset. The Bloc was expected to take that, didn't. The Liberals also managed to get LaSalle and Verdun, that's in Montreal. They got that riding back. They'd lost that riding in a by-election in the fall. And the Liberals are leading in a couple of places where one wouldn't have expected the Liberals to be leading. Longueuil, Saint-Hubert, a place that's not traditional Liberal, it's a Bloc seat. And Abitibi-Baie-James, also a Bloc area, but those areas, they're still too close to call, and the Liberals are leading in them. So it could take a while to figure out what's happening there, but still the Liberals do have the lead. So let's go to Ottawa now. Patricia?
All right, Mitsumi, thank you. And where we're seeing a lot of change elsewhere in the country, even elsewhere in the province, not a whole lot right in Ottawa proper. Certainly, there is potential for change in a couple of ridings, but where that potential for change is what makes it also interesting. So could see a gain of a couple of Liberal seats in the Ottawa area. One of those, the Bay of Quinte, which has fought back and forth, 2021, it went Conservative and could go back to the Liberals. And then the really, really interesting riding, though, what we're seeing in Ottawa is where Bruce Vanjoy is leading over Pierre Poilievre. And with about 90 polls reporting, that lead is fairly significant. There was a lot of talk over the last few days about the potential for the Liberals to do very well there and potentially win that seat. You also saw Mark Carney on the board. That was a Liberal riding in Nepean, but of course it was a different candidate, Chandra Arya, who was in there before. That is now Mark Carney's riding. And this bit of change as well in Prescott Russell with a new person in there. But this Carleton riding is what is really intriguing for people here. It might be because of the way public servants have voted. It could be because of Stittsville. They say there's a different mix of people in that area, and some who were very put off by Pierre Poilievre, despite the fact that maybe they come from a family that has long voted Conservative. Now, it's not over yet, certainly, but the potential for that riding to change tonight is what is really, really interesting about the Ottawa story, because we know Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative leader, has been in there for more than 2 decades. We're going to throw it on to Toronto now as we continue to watch that. Michelle. Good morning, Patricia. Yeah, here in the vote-rich GTA, it's not status quo. You'll remember last election, the Liberals dominated, but this election, they are losing some ground in this part of the country, and they're losing it to the Conservatives. Look at this. If we look at the Greater Toronto area, at this point, with potentially the Conservatives picking up 10 seats, while the Liberals, led by Mark Carney, losing 9 seats. And let's boil down where the Conservatives are making some of these gains, because there are several seats where, there was a Liberal incumbent and it could be Conservative. If we look specifically, this is a big gain in York Centre. Roman Baber. He was an MPP in the provincial government there. He was ousted by Doug Ford during the pandemic times, but certainly looking to go to Ottawa now. He's making a gain. Casas Menegakis, we mentioned this one earlier, Aurora Oak Ridges, that's a gain, taking that seat from the Liberals. And look at this, Brampton South, Brampton West. It's interesting, Brampton was fully red last election, and we've got 2 ridings there that are looking to be potentially flipped blue. Also Markham Unionville as well. Michael Ma leading at this stage in the game. Parm Gill, he's a star candidate there in the Greater Toronto area as well, leading at this stage. So there is definitely some movement, and we're seeing, as far as NDP go, non-existent in this part of the country. Let's go over to Calgary and see what's doing over there at this hour. Thank you, Michelle. You know, in 2021, the Conservatives picked up 30 of Alberta's 34 seats. They didn't have that many more to take, but Alberta got 3 new seats, and the Conservatives immediately were gunning for them. So let's just take a look at the seat change tonight, because the Conservatives once again have done very well in Alberta. At this point, they are leading or elected in 34 of Alberta's 37 seats. So the Conservatives have picked up 5 seats. The Liberals have lost 1. And the NDP have lost 1. That's in Edmonton. We're going to take a look at a couple of the ridings around Calgary and Edmonton now, where the Conservatives have picked up seats. So Edmonton Southeast, this was the new riding where Edmonton's mayor was running. He did not win there. Kerry Diot picked up Edmonton Griesbaugh. This was an NDP seat. This was his old seat, though. He won it in 2015 and 2019. Won it again tonight. And Calgary McKnight, this was a new riding. This is where a Liberal candidate was running here and did not win as well. So again, we're left tonight of the 37 seats in Alberta, we have 34 Liberal or leading Conservatives. Almond Gill has taken Skyview. Jeremy Nixon has taken Calgary Confederation. He is leading there. There was no incumbent there. Billy Moore in Edmonton Northwest, that's one of the new seats that I was talking about there, and that the Conservatives were certainly gunning for. There were 3 new seats, and they managed to take them all tonight. Let's go out to Mijang in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. The Conservatives here in BC should be quite happy about their showing. They picked up quite a few ridings. Let's take a look at the gains here in BC, and they came mostly at the NDP's expense. The Conservatives picked up, leading or elected 6 more, Liberals 4. But look at this, the collapse of the NDP. They are down. Last time, the NDP won 12 seats in BC, half of their whole national total. So they are quite a bit down, including Jagmeet Singh, who was actually in 3rd place in his own riding. So a tough night for the NDPers in BC tonight. Here are some of the ridings where, you know, there's so many ridings that are so close. Sukhman Gill, elected in Abbotsford South Langley. He is that 25-year-old Conservative candidate who, not very experienced, but the party picked him over a seasoned veteran MLA, Mike DeYoung, but he won there handily. Port Moody, Coquitlam, you've got Paul Lambert. The suburbs, very important to both all the parties. Jeff Kibble, Cowichan, Malahat, the Conservatives leading there. And Aaron Gunn, controversial candidate in the North Island for some of his comments about residential schools. He's leading up there. Chatham, Richmond Centre, Norpole, leading the Conservative, leading there. So we're going to keep an eye on a lot of these tight races here in BC. Back to you, Omar Vashi.
All right, Mijang, thank you so much. And I'm being told right now that NDP leader Jagmeet Singh is about to speak in Burnaby. Let's just listen in to see what he has to say.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Dave. That was very nice, very sweet of you. Thank you so much. Gotta keep it together, you folks. Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne. She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you. Thank you. And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. Love you all. And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada. I want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Burnaby Central. Tonight they chose, thank you. Tonight they chose a new member of parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can give a round of applause to every single candidate that went through. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do without a team, the volunteers, the staff. Thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time. Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt. It's tough. But we're only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table. We make room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I gotta avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's gonna get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that, so I'm gonna look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement. I worked really hard to be worthy of this trust, to live up to the legacy of our movement. Hold on a second, guys. Thank you. One more second. Tonight, I've informed our party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed. Now, I could not have done this incredible job without, here's a point, give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife, Good Kitten. foundation. For the past couple of years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm gonna give you a mic pull up. Also, I might break down this part because and Anhal and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we were fighting for. That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about happy when it comes to my daughters, so I get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I gotta thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both. My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother. So big shout out to my brother, Quentin. And honestly, this might sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally could have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. My in-laws, they're still here. They're here. I wanted to look at them and point at them and say, what are they? Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how important your parents are, and your in-laws too, turns out. So huge thank you. They've supported us. They've kept me grounded, given us great advice. I'm so thankful to my family. You can't do this work without great people, and you can't do this without a great family supporting you. So thank you to my family. I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit, trying to be graceful here first. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result will ever diminish that. So thank you so much.
So I'm here to have a drink with him and to watch the final results.
Jagmeet Singh just resigned. He lost his seat and he has officially resigned as party leader. Does that come as any surprise to you?
You know what? I'll wait for all the after thing of elections to make comments. But obviously, tales are still to be told, and so I'm just here to appreciate and celebrate with my team. We worked really, really, really hard, and watch the final results. The last election was very close. This election is close, and we're going to continue to just do what we always do.
What's the highlight of this election campaign for you?
I think the people, the people were absolutely just phenomenal, just amazing. The volunteers, the supporters, and just the people we interacted with, nose to nose, on the phone, interactions were absolutely amazing. I'm really proud of the entire riding of Sault Ste. Marie, Algoma. Really proud. They stood up, they stood strong against our assault on our economy, against the assault on our sovereignty, and I'm so proud of them. And I'm just so honored and privileged to be able to have those conversations with these people. So I'm really pleased with that.
This was an election like no other. I mean, people were voting for their sovereignty. They're fighting Trump. What were you hearing most at the doors?
That I was Didn't matter where I was, whether it was in the Sioux, Wawa, Elliott Lake, the Blind, White River, places in between, First Nations. But that was top of mind because of what was happening in the world. And they saw Mark Carney as the individual best suited to deal with Trump. And, you saw us win and Mark Carney win. And so, I'm very, very pleased with that. But that's what I heard the most was that, and people stepping up, standing up. And, for that, I'm always proud.
A fourth win is unheard of in this riding. How does that make you feel?
Well, I'm going to watch the end of the results.
You're not going to say.
I'm going to watch the end of the results, and I'm going to, go and, appreciate a whole bunch of people right now, and I'll have further to say later.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Great. It's going good. Congratulations.
Hey, my son.
Elliott Lake money. Oh, don't drink my bread. All right. I'm gonna head inside here. Inside there? Yeah, go inside. Yeah.
Now I want to see.
Sacrifice and public service takes on family, especially and family as he's got. Regardless of, I think, what stripes you wear, the fact that you had somebody like him in Canadian politics, that you had somebody like him break historic ground, and really somebody who's living the promise of possibility in this country, right? Inspiring future generations. You talked about inspiring his two young children as well. But, obviously very difficult showing in his riding and difficult for him personally. History would decide how effective he was as a leader or not. But the fact that he played the game, the fact that he entered the race and was in it, makes the country better, certainly.
Yeah, definitely. I think to be fair, though, the outcome of this election also determined, is a rendering on his leadership to a certain degree. Obviously, there were a number of other factors at play, but he made the decision to sign on to that agreement with the Liberals. That imparted a certain view of him and his party on a number of Canadians, and then you combine that with Donald Trump, and you're left with, some upsets like the one you're looking at on the screen. We're lucky enough to have Tom Mulcair, the former leader of the NDP, in the room with us right now. Tom, I watched you watching that speech. You were glued to the screen. We didn't think in our earlier conversations tonight that despite an possible outcome like this, Jagmeet Singh tonight would announce he's stepping down. Did he have any other choice given the results?
Despite all the emotion, he'd had enough time to digest it, and I think that he was smart to pull the Band-Aid off. Just get in front of the microphone, go through that very emotional state, while the people that he wanted to thank were there, physically in front of him, spoke very movingly with his wife, carried his little daughter on his shoulders as he went out, and just said, it's going to take a little while to find an interim leader. It's actually a relatively easy process in the NDP. Most of the caucus involved in that, and they'll live to fight another day. It's been very tough for him, this campaign. I think you mentioned one of the key things. I mentioned one before, which was the Conservative attacks on him. That might have actually hurt the Conservatives because the NDP vote wasn't there anymore when they were Liberal, or a good part of it. And the other part was when he made that deal with Trudeau, he just didn't have anything to say on the doorstep when people said, well, why not vote Liberal? Because that's what he had been doing for 3 years. So it was, at the time, it was a tactical move that they thought was going to help them stick around for a while. Strategically, long-term, it turned out to be very costly for them, and we just saw the results tonight.
I want to get to Kathleen Moak right now across this room, and obviously this party has to go through a period of soul searching right now. Tom was mentioning earlier on that Valerie Plante, the Montreal mayor, is one of the names that's been put forward. Who else will the party look at? What other names are you hearing?
I'm sure there's lots of names that are coming forward, but I think tonight really what we got to reflect on is that just 10 years ago, our party, even the Democrats, were actually poised to possibly form we're down to what looks like 7 seats. It is remarkable. And yes, New Democrats still hold government in Manitoba and obviously in British Columbia and are official opposition in 4 other provinces. But this is going to cause some serious soul searching. And there's many questions, not just about do we want to be the conscience of Parliament or do we want to seek power, or it's also why aren't we the party that people turn to, working people turn to when it comes to things like threats to the economy. We're facing incredible income inequality right now in our country. This is a moment where New Democrats should be able to seize more support and power. But as I said to you earlier, I think that New Democrat voters just lent their vote to Carney right now. And if he does not succeed in delivering for them and fighting back off Trump, they will take that vote back. And now New Democrats are going to have to take a lot of time to rebuild. And, you know, the one thing about the courageous, I would say, decision of Mr. Singh tonight to resign right away, is not happening, is that he won't have to go to a leadership review. He won't face that. The party will begin with a process. And that process has to begin with thinking about what kind of a party we need to be. Because one thing that is clear to me is that Canadians do not want a two-party system. Many of the things that really form the values of Canadians are things that New Democrats have fought for in Parliament. So I expect this kind of, you know, two-party race that we've seen in this to not be the future, and that Canadians will return back to New Democrats, but we have a lot of rebuilding to do before that happens.
Scott, were you surprised that Jagmeet Singh made the announcement that he did tonight?
No. It was a catastrophic, devastating campaign end result. There was no option available to him, and there was no dignified option other than to take it. And I thought he performed admirably.
I'm so sorry, Scott, we got to interrupt because Pierre Poilievre is actually just about to take to the podium to deliver his remarks. I believe any moment. I think he's walking into the sort of headquarters of the room there as we speak. We don't have a final result, I should say, for his riding, where he still trails with 150 polls reporting the Liberal candidate Bruce Fanjoy by more than 2,000 votes at this time. Pierre Poilievre up there on stage alongside his wife. The two of them have been at basically every single campaign event at breakneck speed throughout the last 5 weeks. He is scheduled to take the microphone any moment now, but this story of his riding is certainly another fascinating. Let's take a listen.
Merci, cher Canadien.
Thank you, dear Canadians.
Je vous aime aussi. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's with profound gratitude that I stand before you today at the moment of this historic election. Because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. Adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee. Stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future. After millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights, we could not be more proud, we could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. Speaking now of Anna, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible wife. She's been by my side. She's my rock. I love and cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you can get a great life, have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise. Thank you. To the candidates who ran under banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward.
It would be a great honor to continue to fight for you. Because I have the honor of being your voice and fighting for the conservative values that you voted for. And especially it will be an honor to continue to work towards the promise of Canada, that anyone here who works hard can have a beautiful life in a beautiful homes in a safe community. That is our vision, and we will bring it home. Thank you.
To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote. Our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time, it takes work, and that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti,
As a party, we have expanded our support, and every day the Conservative caucus and myself will be working in Ottawa to bring the government to account. On behalf of the millions of Canadians who decided to vote for real change, I've had the honor of crisscrossing this country and speaking to the thousands of people who share their concerns and worries and hopes with me.
Took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners, and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people. Thank you. We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu et j'ai
I've heard you, and I carried your stories with me throughout this campaign. Your stories will stay with me when I fight with my Conservative team to continue defending you, pushing forward your interests.
Besoin de changement.
For those who desperately need change, I know that you're disappointed. Change is difficult and it takes time, but it especially means that we can never give up, because our country and its people deserve that we fight for them.
Everyone who stood with us today, and the millions of people who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight, for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account, for the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks, for those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime, for those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America, for all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change, and we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life and a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
In a concession speech saying he's proud, saying he's grateful. Obviously not the outcome that the Conservative leader wanted, pointing to the fact that Conservatives have increased their vote share, popular vote, north of 40%. Any other scenario, this would have been enough to secure a majority government. And Matthew, not sounding as though he's going anywhere, saying that he still wants to fight. He would be honored to continue to fight for you, is what he said, even as in his riding of Carleton. I think last time we had the board up, we were seeing right here, I think, Bruce Fangio, the Liberal candidate, was leading with about 2,400 votes in his home riding. So, we'll see what happens with Pierre Poilievre, but it has been a night of tight races, especially so in this riding of Carleton, which is Pierre Poilievre's riding.
Yeah, he might have gotten out deliberately in advance of the conclusion to this riding to deliver that speech, which I think can be described as defiant. Like people want to change, and to be fair to Mr. Poilievre, the Liberals were, the Conservatives were able to very much increase their shareholder, very much increase the number of seats, but it did not, as he pointed out, get them over the finish line. And there was, quite an effort by Mr. Poilievre to say that that's, not the end of their story, basically, to lay out what will be probably the beginning of the argument for him to stay. I figure that's a much more difficult argument to make if, in fact, he loses his seat, but that is an if at this point. I wanted to swing over to Corey tonight to get your view on what we just heard from Mr. Poilievre. Definitely no intention to go anywhere. If he loses his seat, how much of a more difficult proposition does that become?
Well, what are we doing? Because I think, as you correctly pointed out, there's a lot of good news in these results for the Conservatives in terms of their share of the vote, and the seat count, is impressive. Like, he's increased their seat count. We're losing your own seat, and I don't think it's going to be that close looking at those results and looking at the ridings around it. Puts him in a very vulnerable position, because that decision in the past has largely been made up by caucus. I think my view is that he maintains some very high level of support from that caucus, and I think if he wants to stay on, he'll probably have the opportunity to do so. But it's more challenging to lead a caucus and lead your party from outside of Parliament. So I think if he does want to stay on, one of the first orders of business will be to find somebody to step down and give him an opportunity to run to rejoin the House. But I guess time will tell whether or not that happens. But I think looking at the results tonight, he's got a very strong position to stay on if he chooses to do so. What a weird evening.
And speaking of weird, our decision desk has just handed us some numbers, which I find fascinating. I mean, all of us have just been, quite riveted by these numbers. And this, again, keep in mind, this is where we are at this stage tonight. So if there's any doubt that every vote counts, every vote matters, there are a couple of scenarios here. For the Conservatives to have won this election, not minority or majority, but we're just talking about plain win, they would have needed 2,700 more votes in 10 ridings. Not a lot of votes when you consider the millions of voters who are eligible across this country. For the Liberals to go from the position that they're in right now, a minority government, to a majority government, they would have needed 2,700 votes in 8 ridings. So this is an extremely close, it's thin. Amanda, I want to get to you because you've been writing patiently, but I just want to get some quick thoughts from James and from Rana about what people have had to say.
I mean, defiant, strong. I think it's strategically good for him to get out before the results of this riding are there. Look, he's had a historically good outcome, right? I mean, 40% of the vote, get a bigger percentage share of the vote than Stephen Harper ever got any of the 5 campaigns that Stephen Harper contested. He has reshaped the Conservative Party into a party that is about sort of middle class values and broadened the party of a lot of support. You look at the support that he got in suburban Canada. Came very close to picking up seats in Brampton. He won a seat in Barnaby that nobody ever imagined, but we lost some seats. We also lost some notable people like the Whip. Carolyn Finley in South Surrey looks like she lost her seat. We lost Peterborough. So there's a lot of movement happening there. But he's been an extraordinarily successful leader of the Conservative Party. There's no question about that. But the efficiency of the vote and the margin, but look, by the time the next election campaign comes around, the New Democrats will have a different leader, so the dynamic on the left will be different. Who knows what will happen with the relationship with the United States. Mark Carney will have had some debris around his government that can be pointed to as sort of lack of having delivered effective results. And I think Pierre can stand, very effectively tall. I think Corey's right, though, that the Conservative Party, we're a fragile party. We're a broad coalition of disparate interests, of people who come from different parts of the country, of different expectations. And I think there will be a lot of soul searching about what fell short tonight and whether or not it can be repaired and how it can be repaired. So I think the humility part of his leadership, and tonight it was good for him to come out and present as strong and highlight the success on a high level so that people feel good about what was achieved. The going through the shortcomings will be a long and stressful process for sure. And I think the humility can come from here, and you can talk about what he fixed and what he can fix and what he can learn about a pathway forward. But no, it's a painful night, but Pierre has a lot to be proud of in terms of worrying about this party. And those who say, by the way, and I think this is important to point out, those who say he blew a 20-point lead, he did not. He would have beaten Justin Trudeau by 20 points. Mark Carney is a different opponent. The dynamic was entirely different. It's true Donald Trump was elected president in November, but he didn't start musing about a 51st state and attacking Canada with the tariffs. That didn't come until this year. We can criticize about how it might have been planned or could have been communicated or pushed back differently from. But this narrative that Pierre blew a 25-point lead is just factually not true. He would have beaten Justin Trudeau by 20 points. Mark Carney was a different opponent, and there was a collapse in the Democrats. So
that happens. I mean, there has to be some ownership of the loss tonight.
No
I
question.
understand what he was saying about all that increase in support is very fair,
Yeah.
but you didn't get past the finish line, you lost.
Correct, and that's what the next, and that's the coming few months will certainly be about where he fell short. But however, he had better results of any conservative leader since I was 12 years old, and I'm 48, almost 49. And so, but we count seats, we don't count votes, and the seats weren't quite there. And there's going to be a lot of assessment about how to close that gap on the seats.
Rhoda, you wanted to jump in. Can he stay if he loses his own seat?
Yeah, he's earned the right to stay. I mean, we heard him tonight. He's a great leader. He's a great parliamentarian. He reached out saying Canada first. We can work together to make sure, whether it's tariffs, Trump, whether it's on other issues, he'll put Canada first. He'll put Canadians first. He congratulated Mark Carney. And I think he's ready to get back into Parliament. Now, if he loses his seat, then it's a logistical thing of trying to find somebody giving up one for him. But as James said, he had a remarkable result tonight. And that's the way the seats play out. But he's earned his right to stay. He's very popular in the caucus, very popular in the party.
The last time, by the way, we had a similar dynamic to this was 2004. Stephen Harper, in his first campaign in 2004, we fell short. We thought we might beat the Liberals in 2004. Scott Reid remembers that campaign very well. We thought we might win that campaign, but we fell short. Stephen Harper, his leadership, he very quickly came out like this on election night and was very proud of the accomplishments that we had at that time, which is coming together and creating the Conservative Party to compete on a national basis. The dynamic of the fact that it was a minority parliament, at that time in 2004, the first minority parliament that we'd seen since 1980s, we weren't quite familiar with them. And the fragility of that minority parliament allowed Stephen Harper to very quickly get the caucus rallied back together. The relative fragility of this minority parliament and the closeness of seats might be one of those things that Pierre can point to and say, look, let me tell you what I learned from this campaign. Let me talk about our successes. Let me talk about why we fell short. But let's keep in mind, we have a narrow gap between this and when the next election may come. It may come at any time. I'm an experienced leader, and let me tell you how I'm going to close this gap so we can be successful next time. So this is the parallel historically could well be the 2004 loss of Stephen Harper.
I just want to do a slight pivot and go to our CTV's chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang. I mean, if you're part of the business community in Canada, you're watching the result tonight, you know that it's a minority government situation, a liberal minority government situation. What are you thinking? I mean, does Donald Trump see this scenario as a weakness? And if you're part of the business community, how are you interpreting today?
Well, I will say this. The business community isn't a monolith, so they don't all vote as a bloc. They will vote Liberal, they'll vote NDP, they'll vote Conservative, they'll vote Green. They do not like this result. As a monolith, I will say that. The business community and a lot of Canadians will feel this is an unstable result. But for businesses, and by that I don't just mean giant corporations, I mean mom and pop shops that have been frozen in place because of the tariff situation, including things like that $800 de minimis that hangs over us, that will crush small businesses. This is a bad outcome. The fact that we're talking now about the potential that we've lost one political leader and maybe the party status altogether. We won't know the results when we go to bed tonight. These seats are still shaking out. And yes, the uncertainty of, do we have a coalition? Can the Liberals and the Conservatives come together? Because there's no other math that is going to make sense for a fight against Donald Trump.
So it's uncertainty on top of uncertainty.
It's the compound factor. And by the way, that's all overlaid over the fact that we have challenges in this country economically that we didn't talk enough about in this election because it was sort of clouded by what's happening with Donald Trump and the trade war. And they are bigger and more important than that trade war. They'll last longer. We need to solve them. We all know what they are. It's not just housing affordability. It's growth. It's job creation. It's what do we want our future to look like? What will the jobs be?
productivity, yes, I know, boring, but it's true. Those are still with us, and we need to solve them.
I just wanted to jump in and bring over Scott Reed. The numbers keep edging up for the Liberals. It's a very big win. They're not far from 172. The finding of dance partners might not be as challenging as it looked 2 hours ago.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if it narrows even more when we see all the advanced polls come in and various ridings and so forth. This is definitely a solid minority, and that will give Carney as Prime Minister the flexibility in Parliament to figure out on a vote-by-vote basis who he collaborates with. There is no chance in God's green heavens that he is going to pursue a pact with the remaining NDP members. I mean, if one lesson can be withdrawn from the past Parliament, it is that might not be the recipe for electoral success. So I don't think that that's going to be followed. I want to say something about Poilievre, because it was a set of fascinating choices that he made this evening. Right? First of all, he gave a victory speech, which, you know, we're going to, oh, maybe that was wise. But if you were looking to see whether in this Parliament confronted by this crisis coming from Donald Trump, we were going to see any opportunity for collaboration between the Conservatives and the Liberals, you sure didn't see it in those remarks. He gave his stump speech and declared victory tonight. In loss, he declared victory, and he dedicated himself, just as James said, to the idea that it is just victory slightly delayed. We will just carry on, which signals that he will look for the first opportunity to defeat the government and to get himself elected as Prime Minister. And so all this talk of collaborative, that's what is collaborative as a bandsaw. That's not going to happen. He's not going to be collaborative. There's no indication of that. Second of all, he got out ahead of his riding, which makes sense. But it means that he obviously fears that he will lose his riding. And I agree with everyone here who said that he's going to have the hand to maintain his position, even if he loses his riding. But let's not pretend that that's a strong leader. That is a very weakened position. He then has to find a seat. He has to then defend the fact that he wasn't able to beat a novice who took over a party that was in disrepair. So I don't think this is the victory that Pierre Poilievre was portraying, and I don't see any sense of collaboration, and I do not smell the slightest whiff of humility.
I guess if you're only like 1% away or less than 1% away, though, from the popular vote, I understand what Scott's saying, but you do understand also how Poilievre and his party would feel like they're so close. Maybe it is just another election like in 2006, for example, or 2011, that kind of thing, right? I guess Scott's point is well taken, but if you're pulling away from the Liberals...
If the national imperative is let's deal with Trump, but he's declaring that his imperative is to get elected as Prime Minister as soon as possible. Let's get 2004 and 2006 moving right now. That is not in concert with Canadians.
Forgive me, we've just got Diana Carney taking to the stage right now. Let's listen in.
Bonsoir Canada, and merci pour votre vote. Hello Canada, and thank you for your vote. I'm so grateful to you. Thank you for supporting your Liberal candidates. And thank you for choosing my husband's vision of a positive, unified, and above all, a strong country. Over the past few weeks, Mark and I have had the enormous privilege of meeting so many people across this great country. Everywhere we've visited, we've been energized by the passion, the commitment, and the kindness and belief that we have encountered. Not to mention the beauty and diversity of this amazing country. As we've traced a path from winter into spring, through all this, I've watched my husband listen and learn. I've watched him inspire confidence and take on new skills. But most of all, I've seen him remain true to what he's always been. Consistent, compassionate, loyal, and driven by an exceptionally strong set of values. He's thoughtful, respectful, and honest. And I think and hope that you now have come to appreciate that alongside his capacity for dealing with the most serious of matters, he has a great mind for trivia, a wicked sense of humor, and a wonderful smile. He's been that way since our very first day, back when we were young grad students, when we went to that dinner, and he said to me, he stopped the conversation and he said to me, I want you to know I'm committed to move back to Canada and to work in the public service. So here we As his partner, I could not be more proud of him. And as a Canadian, I'm so thankful that the man I met more than 30 years ago has held tight to that strong commitment to service. I'm lucky to have him. We're lucky to have him now more than ever. Without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce my husband, the Prime Minister who will make Canada strong. And
That is the spirit of Nepean behind me right now.
Good evening, everyone.
Tout le monde. Bonsoir.
It's a great evening.
Quel bonsoir. C'est un bon bonsoir. I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer, je voudrais féliciter les autres chefs de parti
I'd like to congratulate the leaders of the other parties
et de tout le travail.
for their campaigns and for all their hard work.
Et merci pour leur service envers le Canada.
I thank them for their service to Canada now and in the future.
I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I know his remarks. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May will be returning to Parliament. Yves-François Blanchet. And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do. Tonight simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day. I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the ballot from all parties. Thank you for standing up to serve our country at this critical time. And for those who were elected, particularly those Liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. Bruce? I'm Bruce, yes, Bruce Vanjo. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Vanjo. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr. Je tiens à remercier de bénévoles.
I would like to thank the thousands of volunteers this evening here and across the country who gave their time, knocked on doors, made phone calls, and talked with their neighbors
and members of their community.
Nous donner un gouvernement.
And they did this to give us a strong government.
You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country. But big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include three values that I want to highlight this evening. Humility, it's Canada after all. Ambition, it's Canada after all. And unity, it's Canada. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha. Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section because I am going to begin with the value of humility. And by admitting that I have much to be humbled about. It's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes, and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them. You know, humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties across Parliament. Of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories, and with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing that one of the responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warning for months, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never, ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There's also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place their trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. You know, during this short campaign, I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times, even though, you know, we're Liberals, it's tough out there, I grew up. But I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne,
during this campaign, Quebecers opened their doors to me and gave me their trust. And I'm deeply touched. And I thank you for that. The French language.
La langue française la culture québécoise.
The French language and Quebec culture are at the core of Canada's identity.
Définissent le pays.
They define the country that I love so much.
Les défend sans.
And I will defend those tirelessly.
Avec la forte équipe de députés québécois.
With the strong team of Quebec MPs that you have just sent to Ottawa. Together we will ensure that Quebec continues to prosper within a strong Canada.
Et que vous soyez un travailleur des sables bitumineux.
And whether you work in the tar sands in Fort Mac, a nurse in Joliet, or an accountant in Toronto, there are many accountants in Toronto, my government will work for you all.
As we come here after this most consequential election, let's put an end to the division and anger of the past. We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone. I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious. And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of a united Canada. Because we are going to build, baby, build. No, we're building now. We've gotten over that. Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to step up, to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and, because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity. We are once again in one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. These are tragedies, but it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal. But we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take it forward.
We have to look out for ourselves. And above all, we have to take care of each other. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians. Nous allons renforcer nos relations.
We will strengthen our relationships with reliable partners in Europe, Asia, and elsewhere.
Ne veulent plus
And if the United States no longer wants to play a top role in the world economy, Canada will do so.
Nous sommes maîtres chez nous.
We are masters of our own homes.
Des millions de logements.
We will build thousands of homes, an energy superpower, a good career in the specialized trades, and a single
because this is Canada and we decide what happens here. We will need to think big and act bigger. Your phone's ringing. All right. Just hang on. It's okay. That might be important. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber. It's time to build new trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades. It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change. We will build one Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. Les défis devant nous sont
The
insécures.
challenges ahead of us are intimidating, but that's normal.
Comme ceux que nous vivons.
Big change, such as what we're going through right now, is always a worry.
Beaucoup de chemin à faire.
We have a lot of work to do,
J'ai confiance.
but I'm confident.
J'ai confiance.
I have confidence in you. I have confidence in Canada.
Because Canada is more than a nation. We are, and we always will be, a confederation. A sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to Gander, where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation. I sat down with two of the many heroes of the time, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie, who wrote, "Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness." That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know. That virtue is like a muscle that grows with its exercise. We become just by doing just acts, brave by doing brave acts. When we are kind, kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows. And united over our history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions, despite a sometimes hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans. United, we have confronted our own past with Indigenous peoples. Unis, nous avons bâti un pays qui...
United, we have built a country that brings together languages languages, cultures, and beliefs that are all different.
Institutions culturelles.
United, we've built essential cultural institutions such as CBC Radio-Canada.
United, we have created universal public health care. Now, on the face of this, we are buying Canadian. We're exploring everything this country has to offer. We're supporting neighbors in the crosshairs of President Trump through a crisis that we did not create. United, we will win this trade war and build the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone. Au cours des derniers mois, les Canadiens
In the last few months,
ont fait leur part
and Canadians have done their part.
pour défendre notre pays.
They have come together to defend our country and our way of life.
Lorsque nous sommes
I
menacés,
promise,
nous allons nous battre
when we are threatened, we will fight
with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will protect our workers and businesses, and above all, we will build an independent future for our great country. A future that makes the greatest country on the earth even better. Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Carney began at the headquarters there and really getting to keep his job essentially, but this time with the mandate of the people pledging to be a prime minister for all Canadians, not just Liberals and Nationals. He's got, he talked a little about building. He's obviously got to build bridges with members of the other parties now, especially the minority situation. He also has to build bridges with Donald Trump.
Yeah, or attempt to, I guess, something like that. He did say, I remember when he dropped the writ, or in particular after that conversation with Donald Trump last month, that on day one after the election, basically you would then be looking at, entering into negotiations with Trump ASAP. So a lot in that speech about what that plan looks like, very similar to what we heard on the campaign. Let's go to Heather Butts with some more details on how these seats are kind of rolling out right now.
Vashi, thank you so much. We're going to look at those seats right across the country. An incredible night there for the Liberal leader, Mark Carney. There he is. Just a great experience for him, and accepting that congratulations from people at his campaign office there at his celebration party. Joined by our pollster, Nick Nanos. Nick, an incredible night for this party, incredible night for the Conservatives, really, with their voter turnout as well. So let's talk about, Nick, I'm sorry, we're actually going to throw to Geneviève. She's on the floor there with Mark Carney.
Right on.
Just a short few words there from Mark Carney speaking to our Geneviève Bushman, who is on the ground there at the Liberal headquarters. Okay, Nick, back to us here. We're looking at the voter turnout here and the vote count and how it all played out, the vote efficiency. We've been talking about that earlier in the evening. We'll start with Atlantic Canada.
Yeah, you can see, Heather, the thing is Atlantic Canada is usually good for the Liberals. They actually did quite well. You can see leading elected in 25 seats. But, the thing is that when we look at the vote efficiency, then the Liberals were punching above their weight. Only 55% of the vote yielded almost 8 out of every 10 seats, while the Conservatives were not as efficient on that front.
All right, Nick, let's move across to Quebec. We've been talking about this all evening to see how it would play out between the Bloc Québécois and the Liberals.
Yeah, the thing is that when you look at the numbers, especially in terms of the seats, you can see the Bloc dropping and the Liberals doing actually quite well. But, when you
No.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to write the microphone. You know what, I'll say. Or do you want to?
Okay, I'm just gonna get it down here.
Well, there we go. Okay. I was going to say good evening. Good morning, everyone. I so appreciate each and every single one of you. Thank you. But I appreciate you guys more. When we started this campaign, no one gave us a chance. Didn't give us a chance. We were in third place, everyone said. They gave us a 1% chance to win. But you know what changed? You know what happened? A few things. What I appreciate the most, what changed, was all of you. And I know many of you had to leave. You got to work in the morning. You got kids, parents to look after. You have many things to do. But I appreciate you guys and gals and folks so much, because you guys turned it around. It was like a horse race. It was like a horse race. The classic movie where we're behind. We're behind. And we gave it all. You were the horsepower. You gave it all. And we came from behind. We came from behind. And we passed, and we passed, and we passed. And as you can see by the results, we are nose and nose. It's a photo finish. It really is. And that's because of all of you, all of your work. It's also about the great people of Sault Ste. Marie and the Algoma district who accepted all of our invitations. Okay, that was to my back. What did I miss? I appreciate that so much. I appreciate that so much. And you know what, though? It underlines and highlights everything that I said. It still was that horse race. We had a 1% chance, according to the polls. We were in third place in a riding that folks all across this country said quite frankly, you have the most significant change as it relates to geography and population. And that's why we're still sitting here this late. It's being called right now, and I'm still cautiously optimistic. I watch this stuff all the time. But the reason why we're here is because of all of you.
It's 1,500 votes. It's over.
All right, baby. All right. But look, I'm serious. I have never, ever seen such a committed bunch of folks. People that have been with me for 4 of these runs. People that walked through our door and said, I have to get involved. They volunteered for the first time. We had people from different political parties, Progressive Conservatives, NDP, Green. And we had so many people doing that. And that's one of the reasons. And I really have to say a grand thank you to all the people that accepted our invitation to dialogue. You all were welcomed. I was welcomed. Our door knocks, our phone calls, our sign put-ups, our coffees, our all this. People were engaged. And yes, people showed up. Most people showed up. And it was important that we kept this going on. And so I can tell you that each and every single one of you were absolutely amazing. And to the people that we talked to, the people we engaged with, thank you. Thank you for letting us into your homes. Whether it was a knock on a door, a phone call, putting a sign up, conversation in a coffee shop. Thank you. Thank you for standing up for Canada, our Canadian values. We are going to get us back on track with Mark Carney. You've seen him here in Sault Ste. Marie. He's the real deal. He is the best person to deal with today's issues and tomorrow's issues. Because we know that Donald Trump is there for 4 years. And Carney is the guy best to negotiate with him. I can tell you, each and every single one of you, it's late. But now I can't sleep. Merci beaucoup, Chi McButch. Thank you. And I am so humbled. I'm so humbled to continue to fight for you, with you. And there's more work ahead of us than there is behind us. So let's keep going. Let's spread the word, and let us never, ever forget who we are. We are Canadians. We are polite. We are nice. But do not mistake our kindness for weakness. You have never seen anything like this. We are going to take back Canada in a way that you have never seen. We're going to stand up for all the workers. We're going to fight. We're going to protect, and we're going to build big. Merci beaucoup. Chi McWitch. Thank you. Where do you want to do the Carney over there? Or?
You're good? Yeah.
And Terry Sheehan, or where do you want to do it?
Do you want to do it here or someplace else?
Is this dark?
Terry, first things first, we're live here on SooToday. Anything you want to say to the viewers of SooToday or the community in general?
Well, the SooToday people have been awesome. Really engaged. They've been sticking up and standing up for Canada. We saw this movie in 2018, but I said, you know what? Today It's not a sequel. It is something that is beyond belief. And thanks to everyone for standing up for yourself, for your neighbors, for Sault Ste. Marie, for Algoma and Canada. We're Canada strong. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Donald Trump is still doing this unpredictable stuff. Steel workers are on the front line. Multiplier effect is tremendously challenging. There are pensioners relying on us. But we have coalesced into this great group of people that will never, ever, ever back down, sit down. We're going to stand on guard for Canada. We are going to get things back where we are. And Carney's the guy to do it. Carney, I mean, he was in Sault Ste. Marie, and he was absolutely amazing. We had a great meeting at Algoma Steel, but we also met with some of the Algoma Steel folks, and we have some ideas. I mean, I wrote a letter to this guy, right after he got elected, and I said, you know what? I understand you want to build big. You want to do shipbuilding. You want to do tanks. You want armored vehicles. We in Sault Ste. Marie make plate, military grade plate. We can use that in there. Bill Blair's on board. Everyone's on board. We're making rail lines. There's a whole bunch of new things. And I want to work with Algoma Steel, Tenaris, and all that to realize new opportunities as Carney redefines our relationship within Canada in creating one economy, not 10 provinces and 3 territories, one economy, and tear down all the barriers. That's $200 billion worth of opportunity. But Sault Ste. Marie, and I was so glad after this letter I sent and lobbying and chatting, I texted him, that he started saying, we're going to use Canadian steel, Canadian aluminum, Canadian wood for our folks up in Northern Ontario, right? Like, you know, White River. I've talked to the White River mayor. She's great. That we got to keep using this stuff. We got to look at that. And we tear down these barriers. That is also going to attract a whole bunch of international investment that see the opportunities. And Sault Ste. Marie and Algoma, just up there a little bit north in Algoma, there's a little plaque that says you're in the mid part of Canada, right? So we have huge opportunities. So thank you very much to SooToday, and thank you for your involvement.
Terry, what does it mean to win a 4th term?
You know, other people have pointed out to me that, it's record breaking, and stuff like that. That wasn't in my mind. The reason why I ran was because Sault Ste. Marie, Algoma, well, we had to continue to work together. I saw the threats, I saw the issues, I saw the opportunities. And my experience in working throughout this district in business and economic development and trades is I know all these communities. There's tremendous opportunities there. There's challenges, and I recognize that. I've got a lot of energy, got a lot of experience, and I want to continue to work with these people. I've worked with them for decades, and I think we're going to be probably the strongest and best riding in Canada.
First priority after you get some sleep tonight.
Well, you know what? I'm going to reconvene a whole group of folks I chatted about, because this riding has the most significant changes as it relates to both population and geography. But I'm going to make sure that I reach back to those folks, the mayors, the council, the stakeholders, the chiefs, and councils. And there's so many things to be done, but I can do it and work with them because there are unique challenges and opportunities to each area in this riding. And I'm up for the task. I'm so excited to create opportunities. I brag about all the time about delivering results for Sault Ste. Marie in this area. I'm going to deliver results over there.
Carrie, that was an awfully close race. Were you concerned at all, especially given the fact that Bill Blair and Mark Carney both came into town at the 11th hour? Was that perhaps a bit of desperation on your part?
You know what? I've won by a lot and I've won by a little. Last time I went to bed 55 up. When we counted, we're at 247. I've won by a lot and a little. And, I don't care about the polls. I don't care about the numbers. I care about the people. I care about the people. I care about the mom. I care about the dad. I care about the kids. I care about the workers. And that's really what motivates me. It creates this energy for me because there's so much opportunity. I mean, we've been through challenges in this area. I take a look at Elliott Lake, you know, and I've seen the downturns. I've seen the opportunities. Same in Wawa. I've seen the opportunities, but I've seen the downturns. And the reason why I entered politics was because of challenging economic times. And I have decided to stay in this town when I was a kid and work with everyone. And I continue to do it. So, yeah, numbers don't matter. What matters is making sure that we continue to listen and deliver for people. So my message to everyone, regardless if you voted for me, is I'm there for you. I want to come to you. I want to help you. I want to support you. We have so much opportunity that we can do under a Mark Carney government with his new plans to build big.
Thanks, Terry.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Terry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
I don't like the drawing, but some people started.
Losing 17 seats, and the Greens losing 1 seat, losing that seat in Kitchener. We have a team of reporters who have been stationed all